press go live. Maybe that'll help. Hi, you're with Scott. I'm Ganjikidd. I'm the super chuffer. I also call myself Grave Kipper, although that might not be appropriate today. And let me just check that we are rolling. Hi, you're with Scott. I'm Ganjikidd. I'm the super chuffer. We are rolling. You can hear me. I always say it's midnight. It's always midnight. This is your right ear and your left ear. That's my little introduction from long ago when I used to make ASMR videos. Now, you don't have to care about which ear you're listening to it in. It's in mono. It's not midnight. It is always midnight. What we're doing today is Nicola Bulley. Now, I'll show you what we've got coming up and we'll discuss it all. So there's enough time and this is what's coming up. This is the main channel. This is what you're watching now. I encourage everyone to subscribe, please. I'm looking for those subscriptions. Hello, Nigel. Hello. Good afternoon. I've finally managed to make it in the daytime. Although we've had 2 dogs at the house today and comings and goings. We're in the flow now. We're online. We're up and online. I would encourage everyone to go to the channels page of this channel and check out all my other channels. Have a little look through, see what takes your interest. There's all other channels. Subscriptions cost you nothing, so you might as well subscribe to it all. Costs you nothing. And we're talking about the expert diver who decided that Nicola is not in the water. I'm going to talk about ideas that she might have been swept out to sea, potentially. We're going to talk about ideas that none of that might have happened and she might not have ever been in the water. We're going to look through, this is from the Independent newspaper, and we're going to look through, they've got like 6 days or 6 pages here of newer, older posts. So we're going to look through their posts that cover the diving operation. Nicola Bulley's friend is unhappy with search area tourists. That's today's news on the BBC. So we're going to talk about Nicola Bulley's friend and why she's unhappy with people turning up at the area. That also ties in with the idea that we're talking about it on the internet. And of course, vile conspiracy theories are going around and people shouldn't talk about it, apparently. I'll state this really early and really clearly. I don't think it's up to the mainstream media or Nicola's friends to decide who gets to talk about the case. I think that's ridiculous. I think in most of, let's just quickly, I'll open up a new window for this. I'll just put BBC News. Right now, if you want to look at the BBC News, look, Ukraine Zelensky is meeting the King at Buckingham Palace. And Prince Charles is pretty happy with him because we've sold an awful lot of guns to the Ukraine. We've sold an awful lot of bombs and rockets to the Ukraine. We're making bank on the Ukraine war. Well, we're not, but some people are. And, there are people dying out there in Ukraine. Turkey's had this earthquake. There are loads of dead people there in the rubble. It's just a picture of it on the news. The brutality of life is real. We're allowed to talk about that. Putin supplied missiles that hit MH. What? Aircraft's being hit by Russian. We're allowed to talk about that. This MP's been doing loads of coke and we're allowed to talk about that. If I do UK, even just England, maybe. We've got Nicola there. We've got Archie. That was pretty harsh, wasn't it? What happened to Archie Battersby? Pretty harsh. He choked himself to death. That was awful. We're allowed to talk about it. Everything's fair game. It's the public news sphere, isn't it? Pedo gunmans and all sorts. So at the moment, this is kind of big news. I'll tell you for why. It's because people want to find Nicola. People are worried about her for her children. They're worried about her children and their future. So they want her to be home safe and sound. So that captures people's attention. A bit like Madeleine McCann and stuff like that. And if you remember, Madeleine McCann's parents were out the next day on the news. Oh, we don't know where she is. Oh, can you help us find her? Really interestingly, this is a running theme. So if I put Tia Sharp, don't know if you remember Tia Sharp, bless her, poor Tia Sharp, rest in peace Tia Sharp. Tia Sharp was murdered by her her grandmother's lover, who was also formerly her mother's lover. This bloke, this fella, he murdered Tia Sharp, didn't he? And Stuart, his name was. And he went on the news to say, oh, can you help us find her? Can you help us find her? I don't know where she is. And if he'd have said, we don't want all the speculation, can you all stop looking? What? It's fair game, mate. It's in the news. And it turns out quite a lot of the time, these chuffers who do the appeals are the people that actually did it. Quite a lot of the time. We're going to do an episode on that on Monday. On this channel. We're going to do people who went in the media to say they were looking for somebody, and it turned out they'd murdered them. We've got Tia Sharp, we've got a couple who are on game shows, we've got the Bullseye Killer, a fella who killed loads of people and went on Bullseye. Great smashing super. And we've got the Sower murder, that was one of them. And we've also got, to finish off on a more lighter note, a lighter-hearted note, we've also got the Shannon Matthews case. Thankfully, Shannon was alive and well, wasn't she? Under the bed. So, it's quite common that these things happen, and then the people that are involved go on the telly and say, oh, can you help us find them? And then later on it turns out that they did it. So it's quite common. I don't know why the people involved in the Nicola Bulley's case feel that they've got some special rights to not have the public talk about it. It's on the news. It's being published on the news like all the other stories. And the news is not just, independent people can talk about news. I think that's fine. So that's why I'm going to carry on talking about it, why I think I'm fine with it. It's fresh, it's raw, it's too soon. R.I.P. Nicola, too soon. But we've also got the family here, and we're going to look at their interview and how they handled their interview. And then we've also got Smiler himself, old Smiler, Paul Ansell, who's Nicola's partner. Well, he's not anymore, is he? I shouldn't say that, should I? We've got the Liverpool Echo as well, who have got 11 facts, and these 11 facts are from one of Nicola's friends. So Tilly has written a list of facts, and she wants the public to know these facts. So we're going to check out what Tilly has said. Tilly's not photographed or anything, but she said this. It says it in the paper. So Tilly's friends with them. She's got some facts that she wants us to hear. So we're going to look at Tilly's facts as well. That's what we've got lined up for us today. I've invited Steve of the Dead. I've done a tweet about it. Steve might not turn up because he might be in bed or anything. You don't know. Us chuffers with our sleep patterns. But he's not supposed to. I haven't booked Steve of the Dead for this. I just said, I might do it. So if he sees my tweet and feels like turning up, he might, or he might not. I've discussed it with him a little bit off camera, and whilst he's interested in the case, he raised some really interesting ideas that I'd like him to come on stream and talk about more. We talked about it at the end of last episode. Just quickly point out that our last live, the Red Dwarf one, we did actually talk about what we're doing next week and these murders that have not been solved and some of them that have been solved and the people. And we even mentioned this case a little bit, and Steve made a few good points about a different case where everyone thought it was the husband and it turned out not to be. That does happen. And he also said that he's much happier commenting on cases that are either closed, but in the case of Madeleine McCann, that's not a closed case. In John Bennett Ramsey, that's not a closed case. But as a forensic psychologist, some 15 years later, he's happy to talk about it. Whereas this, I think he might have some reservations about casting a net, pointing a finger, casting aspersions. I'm pretty sure that Steve has some reservations about that with the Nicola Bulley case. Whereas I am a little happier just to talk about these things and say how I feel and think. And if I turn out to be wrong, it turns out to be wrong. But I will say that the daughters, her children, they've got a right to find out. I mean, no one has a right to anything really in this context in a way, do they? But I would, for their safety and mental health, whatever the case and the truth is, I want them to know the truth. Maybe they don't need to know it tomorrow because they're kids, but I want the truth to be out there for her kids and for her. Respect for Nicola. If she's alive and well, fair enough. If she's not, rest in peace, and we should honour her by finding the people that did it. So I think there is some honour in that. I think there is some nobility in discussing the case and trying to find the answers. Of course, I'm just a person on the internet. I am also making entertainment. So if people want to watch this, if people are interested, then good. If more eyes are on it, I think good, because maybe more eyes, more ideas, maybe someone comes up with something. The internet has actually solved crimes in the past. I see the negative. I also see the negative. It's a social media storm and let the police get on with it. I see that, I'm not down there messing with the police, am I? I'm letting them get on with it. I'm on the internet. I'm a chuffer who talks on the internet, and this is some stuff that's bang up in the news right now today. Okay, the expert diver dramatically ends the river search and says she's not in the water, hours after police finally admitted she could have left on a path not covered by CCTV cameras as her partner visits the scene. So where should we start, really? Maybe we should go, top end of the case. Maybe I should go to the top end of the case. Nicola, Bulley. I'll just put like case, maybe it'll bring up. I'd like to, take it from the top, so to speak. A 45-year-old mother of two and mortgage advisor is still missing a week after she disappeared out walking her dog after dropping her young daughters off at primary school. Miss Bulley, originally from Essex, now lives in Inskip. Let's have a look at that. It's nice to get an overview, isn't it, of what we're talking about. This is Lancashire. Oh, look, it looks like a cock and balls on the map. Sorry. It does though, doesn't it? It does. It's not my fault. I didn't do it. It's like a little village. We're talking about village life now. Quiet. Emmerdale. Talking about little village life, aren't we? Quiet. Can be. As we zoom out. Blackpool, Preston, Blackburn. Up there. North of Manchester. So quite a way away from where she grew up in Essex, which is down here by London. Probably a similar standard of living, I would imagine, like not awful around here. Can get rough, in some of the more inner city urban areas like Manchester and Liverpool, can't it? There can be some, you never know, like you have drug crime and like all sorts of stuff going on there. We're a little bit further away. We're out in the sticks a little bit more. We are quite close to the sea. Quite close. Interesting that this river that we're talking about, this is that river where people think she might be in it. And that's a little on the map. I mean, when you get up close, it can be quite forceful water, can't it? But it's a winding path here, this river that takes down to this sort of basin and then finally out here, the estuary, bigger out into the sea. So we might come back to that. It's nice to see the lay of the land now and to see the sort of shape of things, isn't it? But Nicola, away from where she grew up, in the sticks a little bit, village life, raising her children, mother of two and mortgage advisor. From what I understand, she was able to work from home as well. So that's the setup. I want to close this window with this guy talking, but I can't. There's no... Oh, there it is. Close. Okay. She was heading east along the River Wyre with her brown Springer Spaniel Willow when she vanished near St Michael's on the Wyre at approximately 9:15 on 27th of January. I don't like the term vanished. She didn't vanish, did she? Like, she wasn't David Blaine out of here. She hasn't returned home. But she didn't vanish. She was seen by at least one fellow dog walker moments before disappearing. That's interesting to me. It's great that we've got witnesses who say that they've seen her, but we have to temper that as well. We have to be careful about that because I remember Tia Sharp. I'm not saying these people are unreliable, but the Tia Sharp witness was jailed for lying. Jailed for it. Paul Meehan told investigators he saw the 12-year-old walk by. She was already dead at that point. Tia Sharp case. Sorry for bringing up some, harshness, some heaviness. You might expect it from me sometimes. It's the real life, isn't it? Like I said about the harshness and stuff. Yeah, it's sad that Tia Sharp died. Rest in peace, Tia. It was like quite a horrible thing to happen to a young person. That's happening right now. If you live in Ukraine or if you live in Turkey or not, people don't seem to care too much about the Turkey earthquake because Turkey. But the world is brutal. And this guy either wanted to be in the news or, I don't know, we never found out whether he had anything to do with anything. Didn't go to prison for being involved in any, pedo ring or anything, but he did pretend that he'd seen her and helped the murderer by pretending that he'd seen her. So that was really strange. Police reckoned that he had done it for fame. I don't know why you'd want to be famous for that, but he went to prison. So it is possible that witnesses might not be reliable, but at least one fellow dog walker, the fact that you've got more than one and they're independent, that could help. Of course, if you go dog walking every day and you see these people all the time, which I do, I've got dogs, I see like There's a fella down the road who's got a little white dog, and we say hello. There's another one who's got a little honey-coloured dog. We say hello. When was the last time I saw them? Well, I walk every day. So was it yesterday? I don't think I saw anyone yesterday, actually. The day before, I definitely saw someone on a later walk, and I thought, it stuck in my mind because I thought, oh, we're out later. They're out later. Hello. But was that the day before? Is it easy for you to remember who you saw yesterday and the day before and the day before in a very regular routine where you see these sort of people intermittently? Sometimes they're there, sometimes they're not. You've been walking in that area for the last year, 2 years, 5 years, 10 years. Like, did you see Nicola on the day she disappeared? What day was that? It was a couple of days last week. Can you remember? You might think, and it might stick in your mind, oh, I did see Nicola, because now the police are here talking about it. I saw Nicola. You might be pretty sure it was the right day. You might be wrong. People make mistakes. That's a normal thing. So we've got some witnesses who say they saw her, though. And if you're involved in the crime in any way, you're going to cloud the case. But we've got some witnesses. Willow's lead and harness and Miss Bulley's mobile phone were subsequently discovered on a nearby bench, the device still connected to a conference call. And this really stands out to a lot of people because the lead and harness were not on the dog. You would think that the harness would stay on the dog. And the mobile phone being connected to a work conference call, having looked into this a little bit, it seems that she would regularly interact with the work conference call. It's like I'm doing a broadcast now on the internet. Her work would say at 9 o'clock we're doing the meeting, and if you want to tune in. You don't have to be there talking, you can just tune in. So I'm not an expert on the exact software she's using to make those calls, to be part of it, but from what I understand, she was logged on, but she wasn't live, she couldn't be seen, she couldn't be heard, her microphone and camera were not part of the call. But she could hear the conference call, or the phone could hear the conference call. And I said to my sister, well, how is that possible if someone's done anything to her? Because how do you open up someone's phone and log on to the conference call? And then I reasoned it out, we talked a little bit, but it's possible that it comes through as like a notification, like a phone call. You are being called and you answer it and then you're on. So that's possible that anyone could do that. You don't have to have the password. It's also possible that someone close to her might know her phone password. It's interesting that she was connected to the call, but not connected, so to speak. If you were looking at it, let's say, for example, no one found her stuff for a day, 2 days. When they found it, they'd say, well, she was on the conference call on this bench. She might have been sat on the bench on the conference call. They might assume that, but it might be that no one was on or someone. That's not guaranteed, but some people might read it one way or the other. It's an interesting piece of information. The dog itself was also found shortly after being recognised by a member of the public and reportedly appeared distressed. That's been glossed over here a little bit, but I believe the dog was in the local urban area. I believe the dog had made its way to St. Michael's on the Wire up here and was found in the town or in the village, so to speak. I might be slightly wrong on that, but also the person who found the dog said the dog was bone dry, had not been in the river. Despite extensive search efforts, Miss Bulley had still not been located. How? Well, hang on. The dog was bone dry, but it might have dried off. I don't know. Despite extensive search efforts, Miss Bulley had still not been located, and her partner Paul Ansell, 44, has described the situation as a perpetual hell for the family. We'll listen to his actual words later. So she's 45, he's 44. They're similar ages. They've got kids, mother of 2. I'm assuming it's both of their kids. They're not married. That's normal these days, I suppose. Can be considered fairly, mundane, normal family life. And how mundane and normal are our family lives in the UK? It's not just the soap operas that are dramatic, is it? So he's been speaking to broadcasters. We're going to look at what he said. Superintendent Sally Riley, in an update on the case, said, "We believe that Nicola was in the Riverside area and remained at the Riverside area. We remain open to any inquiries that might lead us to question that, but at this time we understand she was by the river. Our main working hypothesis, therefore, is that Nicola has sadly fallen into the river. There's no third party or criminal involvement that is not suspicious. that there is no third party or criminal involvement, and that is not suspicious, but a tragic case of a missing person. So the police are working on the premise that she's gone in the river accidentally, which to me seems strange, because I would say the police should work on the premise that we don't know what happened and we'll keep open lines of inquiry until something points us in a direction, and we want to keep an open mind because anything could have happened. Seems strange that we would say, right, this one's a river case, definitely in the river, don't need to crime scene, tape that off, don't need to ask any questions of any witnesses like here, there or X, Y, Z. We'll just say it's this, and then like if it doesn't turn out to be that, then what? And you could always say, well, then we didn't find her in the river, like she floated out to sea maybe, I don't know, you know, like that can just be left like that then, can it? That seems strange to me. Here's a brief overview of the information released so far as the investigation continues. They first, let me just check this is recent enough, isn't it? What I'm reading here, 1 day ago. So we'll do today's news after this, but this is 1 day ago. The Lancashire Police first issued a description of Miss Bulley and the clothing she was wearing on the morning she went missing, characterising her as 5'3", so she's not tall, a white woman, light brown shoulder length hair, long black gilet jacket with a hood, black jeans, olive green ankle Wellington boots. Her hair was in a ponytail. Like what they're looking for here is they're giving descriptive information, especially of her clothes, because they think that maybe someone might see a hat floating in the river and think nothing of it. But if you see the hat floating in the river and you realise it's her hat, that's a big, that's a big thing, isn't it? This is the actual scene there. Look. The river wire, a caravan park, the bench where she's seen out. That's interesting. I don't know how many people are at the caravan park at this time of year. Where is the caravan park? Over here. Is it? Caravanning holidays. I'm trying to match this up with this. It bends round and it goes up north like that. Bends around and it goes up north. That's over here, isn't it? Marsh Farm Hall. I'm looking at Caravan Park and Divine Camping Pods. Maybe if I search for that, Divine Camping Pods. Oh, further up over there. Okay. That's interesting, isn't it? Because she lives over here. But she's travelled... I suppose you've travelled to take the kids to school, and it might be on the route. That's Inskip there. Oh no, it's kind of north of Inskip, isn't it? Yeah, it's all in the right area, yeah. It's all in the right area. Divine... Of course it is. This is a regular routine. There's the Divine Camping Pods. This is the river that curls round to the north. So we're saying that she's north of this river, in this part here. Sightings, the walk, the fields... So she's walking around this area, so it gives us more river for her to travel down that gets thinner and smaller. If she's floated out to sea, that is. There's quite a lot of river to travel down here to get out to sea. There's this bottleneck here at the basin before you get down to there. Interesting, there is enough... It's not an urban area, is it? It's clearly not an urban area. It's clearly fields and camping and that sort of stuff, isn't it? It's open spaces. I live in a part of the world that's got these sort of open spaces. And at the same time, it's also a space where nearby there are little businesses, little farms, houses, villages. So there are people around. You know, it's not completely isolated. Very much, it reminds me of Emmerdale, the soap opera. It's very much rural village life in England, which can be very nice, can be very nice pace of life, and people can be very nice. And then there can also be, how do I say this? You know, people are people. Things can go on. And sometimes when people are bored and sitting at home, I don't know, you know, we could be talking... I remember, because I lived in village life, there was always some sort of drama going on. You know, someone had always said something to somebody or slept with somebody's wife or, like, you know, all sorts of business used to go on. You know what I mean? Like affairs and rows and farmers and shotguns and all sorts. Like, all sorts used to go on. Just because you're out in the countryside doesn't mean it's some paradise. There's the diving team. So let's close that, please, and go back to the... How do I go back now? To the article, please. Can I close it? It won't let me close it. Why won't you let me close it? Press back. There we go. Okay. And then press forward, I suppose. All the evidence, yeah. This picture of the person in the red coat is somebody they were looking for as a witness. They found them. Somebody walking the dog. This remains a missing person inquiry at this time. There's nothing to suggest any third-party involvement in Nicola's disappearance, says Superintendent Riley. Now, I do find that strange again. I mean, there's nothing to suggest any third-party involvement in Nicola's disappearance, insofar as you haven't found any great big walloping footprints or like a hammer. But at the same time, there's nothing to suggest she disappeared on her own. Like, you haven't found any scrabbling claw marks down the bank of the river where she's trying to drag herself out. You haven't found her hat floating on the surface. Like, there's no phone call, there's no note. We will speculate as we go through today's episode. We'll look at all these articles. Like I said, we're going to look at these people, and I'm going to offer my own conjecture and speculation. I'm going to tell you what the possibilities are. But, you know, I think it's important to note what I'm saying here now is that the police are saying it's a missing person inquiry, which means they're not doing as much as they could do. I mean, obviously they've got the boats out, haven't they? They're doing that. But missing persons and murder inquiries have a different level of response, basically, don't they? I think that's a fair thing to say. So I worry about the police and their apparent laissez-faire attitude. I appreciate there are unanswered questions about what's happened to Nicola, but I would urge people not to speculate or spread false rumours. So she doesn't want us to speculate, but, you know, people are just going to think what they think, aren't they? And they're going to talk about what they want to talk about. I don't think it's fair to tell people not to think about. You know, thought police now, don't speculate on this. Don't talk about it. Don't offer any ideas. Or spread false rumours. Well, I'm not here saying, oh, it was the local farmer and he like banged her on the head with that. I'm not saying that. I'm not spreading false rumours. I'm talking about the information that we're presented with that's factual and talking about possibilities. I think that's fair. So I don't like the police saying that. I think it's wrong of them to sort of poo-poo the public and their intrigue, because, you know, ultimately journalism shouldn't just be the realm of the elite, should it? But I think it's okay for people to ask questions, yeah. We will share updates when we can, but we must be factual. One thing I worry about that, though, is that they might have information that they're not telling us. That, for example, if they considered it to be... Well, they're saying it's a missing person, not a suicide. So if they considered it to be a suicide and they had some evidence that it was a suicide, then all this conjecture and all this other stuff, that would be quite bad taste, wouldn't it? You know, you could imagine the police thinking this is not really what they want people to all be... You know, there's lots of reasons why that could be in bad taste. But at the same time, they're not saying that. They're saying missing person and stuff like that. Nicola's family are being kept up to date with events and are being supported by officers. We're really grateful for the community's help and cooperation so far. So I'd like to stress again, parts of the riverbank are treacherous, especially after the recent rain, and we would ask nobody puts themselves in danger, and the police and partner agencies' efforts to find Nicola are not compromised. So they don't want anyone up there messing about. Of course they wouldn't. They're the police, and they'd consider that area now to be like their crime scene, wouldn't they? And they wouldn't want anyone up there messing about. At the same time, it really reminds me, once there was it's a funny example, but once there was a air ambulance helicopter landed in my town, and like this helicopter landed in the town square, like out of the blue, and I was running my hairdressing shop. I went out and looked at this, like it was the noise of the thing. Like this helicopter landed just like over there in the town square, and I was like, oh my days. And then they rushed out, and I was, you know, paramedics rushed out. I was like, oh, what's happening? What is going on? And sadly, there was a fella suffering with a heart attack. They got him strapped into the thing, you know, got him on the ambulance, took off on the helicopter. And by this time, half the town in the area was out in the streets looking at this helicopter. The police had to come out and tell people to stay back so the helicopter could take off. I heard the helicopter man saying to the police, she said to him, is it okay for you to take off in this area? And he said, yeah, these people that are in the area watching the helicopter will get blown about a bit, but it'll be fine. And then he got in the helicopter, and I was sat against some railings, and the police came over to me and said, you have to go behind these railings. And I said, no, I don't. This is the public space. I don't have to go behind the railings. Like, it was... Yeah. To a police officer, it would seem that those railings were a good border. Go behind them and be safe from the helicopter, and like, that's a nice border for me to be able to control the situation. But for me as a public person, I don't need to be told what to do by you because you're not my officer, my boss. Like, if I want to get blown around by the helicopter, that's up to me. And the railings aren't... Like, the man in the helicopter didn't say, yes, as long as they're behind these railings, everyone will be safe. And there isn't a law that when helicopters take off, you must be behind the street railings. She just wanted control. She just wanted people behind these railings. A lot of people did what she said. I didn't. And like, my shop's on the other side of the road anyway, so I don't want to be behind the railings. I want to be over the other side where my shop... You can't cross the road, the helicopter's going to take off. All right, I'll just stay here then, you chuffer. Like, it's irrelevant. What's relevant is the helicopter took off, and they went away to the hospital. Everyone was out looking. And the police officer actually said to me, before the helicopter took off, she said, you're causing this, like, you might cause this man to die because they can't take off because you're on the wrong side of the railings. So she tried to lie to me to get me to do what she wanted. And I said, that's fucking ridiculous. It's bollocks. In the end, the helicopter took off. I was on the wrong side of the railings. So they didn't care. And I heard the man saying that they didn't care. So she was just lying to me to try and get me to do what she wanted. And so I had her about that. I was like, why are you lying to me? Like, why did you tell me a direct lie? I could hear you talking to the helicopter man, and then I heard you talking to me, and you made up some lies to try and get me to do what you want. So, like, bottom line here, yeah, the police want to control the situation. They want to control the scene, but it's a public space, isn't it? So you're going to either crime scene it off and police that and stop people from going in, or it's a public space. Like, you can't have it both ways. And you can't just say to me, all right, you get out of your car, you stand over there, you do this. You're not the public officers of directors. Like, this is the public. So you can't... Hello, Susan. It's a mystery Nicola gone missing. We're going to try and look into the mystery. Yeah, that's what we're doing. I'm setting the groundwork. We're going to look into every aspect of it that is presented to us in the media, as we should, and critique it. And at the start, I'm critiquing the police and their attitude to controlling this. I think that's a fair start point. So the police don't want you walking around by the river up there. They don't want you up there, but they're not prepared to seal it off as a crime scene and state that this could be a murder scene, crime case. Instead, you always thought I'd make a good, great detective. Thanks, GDMH. What would be a net positive for me as a detective is I could wear that long raincoat and the fedora hat, and I was in Fangio's bar and the dame walked in, and what a day for a dame it was. I ordered a shot of whiskey and I slid it up the bar. She slid it back down to me and said she don't take no whiskey from no strangers. I told her I ain't no stranger, and then I could do that. I could have that. Be alive all at night and asleep all day. Like, I'm already doing that. And then the negative would be all of the cases. I would jump to all the worst conclusions immediately. So that's a negative. But I'd be out catching the bad chuffers. If it turned out to be a bad chuffer, I'd be right on it. If it turned out to be something else, well, sorry, I tried to arrest the bad chuffers. Thanks. That's just because, I've read enough detective books and seen enough detective movies. There's more scenes than that. There's The Office, isn't there? I'm also in my office typing on my typewriter while the fan goes round, and I've got a water cooler, and I open a drawer, and in the drawer there's a bottle of whiskey and a gun, and I've got a filing cabinet with files in it. But I don't really have files, do I? Because I'm just a randomer. I just wander around doing my shit. I don't go back and... theoretically, I'm there typing up my files or some shit, but I'm not really, am I? I'm smoking my cigar and opening my drawer with my whiskey and my gun. And then something... I've got a glass door, but it's frosted, and my name is on it, and you see it in reverse. And then some shit goes down. Someone rings me on the phone. I have to go out Fangio's bar again. And, I basically... I don't need to... This is going too far. We're talking about Nicola. I got lost in an imagination space there. Yeah, we'll keep it light. We'll keep it light. Anyway, they don't want their police... Look, it says here, the police would ask that nobody puts themselves in danger by walking around in a field. In danger by walking around in a field. What danger is there? No one should put themselves in danger. What danger is there, police? Are you saying there's some threat and some danger? Are you implying there's some danger here? What are you not telling us? And that the police and partner agencies' efforts to find Nicola are not compromised. Don't compromise their efforts to find her. Well, you're not doing enough to find her, are you? Because you said it's just a missing person. So what do you do with missing persons? You put them in a book and then you just fucking file it and move on. The partner agencies are out there in the river doing a bit of a search, aren't they? So anyway, okay, I'm beating the police down a bit there. Maybe they're doing a bit more work. CCTV. The police revealed that another woman has been seen in security camera footage at roughly the same time and asked her to come forward as a potential witness. We'd now like to speak to the woman pictured in the CCTV image. She was in the area Nicola was last seen in. She could help us as a witness. You know, and it's another dog walker, look. You don't get much of a view, but apparently I think she's come forward already. I think today, you know, she's come forward. I'm not sure about that, but we're saying there's another person out walking with a dog at least anyway. And by the idea of what the dog is, they should be able to know locally who the woman is. I'm sure that they've got that in hand. Christine Bowman, 67, duly identified herself, but said she had not seen Miss Bulley and was unable to offer any new insights. It's interesting that this witness was identified and didn't see Nicola, although the other witnesses that were out walking did see her apparently. So now we've got contradiction. Electronic communications. Miss Bulley's mobile phone had provided a number of clues, including the fact she sent an email to her boss at 8:53 and a text arranging a play date for her daughters with a friend at 8:57. So you might say, oh well, she's texting people, isn't she? She's emailing and texting people. So obviously she's alive and she's doing that, isn't she? But the reason I opened up Google here is because just off the top of my head, there's a bloke who murdered his girlfriend and then sent texts from her phone, which is particularly creepy, wasn't it? Sent texts from her phone. I'll just put murder. That'll come up. Like, here's one. So like that, I'm not going to I'm not picking any particular case here, and just going on the top one that came up there. But this happens, doesn't it? A man who killed his ex-girlfriend and buried her body in the forest sent a string of text messages to her children in a cruel charade to make it seem like their mum was still alive. It's quite common, isn't it? So if someone had done away with Nicola in some way, it's possible these texts and these messages, they're still being sent by the perpetrator. It's also possible that Nicola sent them herself. Right, they're the two options, aren't they? The dog didn't do it, so we've got those two options. The text came moments before she joined the Microsoft Teams call with her work that was still connected when the device was discovered. As we discussed, you can get on that call if it calls you. Oh, my Teams call is coming through. I'll just open that. That can happen. So it doesn't prove that she's alive. It just proves that someone is operating her phone. The call was muted. She did not have her camera on. Her Strava account has reportedly revealed that the route where she was last seen was one she frequently used, of course. On average, it would take her 30 minutes to complete the route and return to her car, which is parked in the same spot about 1,000 times over throughout the year, so it's a regular thing. The regularity of it implies that, someone could have been stalking her and, spying on her and written down what she does every day, which is possible. But remember, we're talking about a small village. We're talking about a school run. And if someone was stalking you on the school run and stalking you around the small village, it's harder for them to do it because they can't blend into a crowd. They might be seen more. We've got some chat coming in here. Nigel says, surely if someone was using her phone to send text, they wouldn't leave the phone behind. They'd take it with them. We'll get into this in a bit, but the possibility is here that someone has wanted it to seem like she's sitting on the bench using her phone, when the truth is Nicola might not. Like, if it's the case that they're doing it and she's not doing it, they want people to assume one thing while another is happening. So let's say, for example, Nicola never went to that walk. She never went there. She arrived in her car, and before she got out and went on the walk, someone bundled her into a van did away with her in some other way. Maybe they didn't, CCTV and all that, maybe they didn't, but let's say that happened, then in that case they might take her phone, send a few texts, the call's coming through, that's handy, I'll answer that, I'll leave it on the bench, and then in 2 days time when they find that phone, the data will say Nicola was here, and that's a red herring for everyone because she hasn't. She's somewhere else. That helps me to hide the, do you see what I'm saying? So I think that's why if someone was using a phone to send texts, they might leave the phone behind because they want it to be found. They want it to point in the wrong direction. I think that's possible. Palumbo says, Anthony Knott was a firefighter who fell into the River Ouse on a night out. His body was found 3 weeks. That's true. That's true. I'll bring that one up. Sad case that was. Very sad case. Very sad case. This is in a different part of the world. I'm not saying that the rivers are dramatically different in the UK, but it is. Reject all, please. And save and exit. It's in Sussex. But it was Christmas. It was not. Yeah, it was Christmas time, wasn't it? Christmas work out Friday, December the 20th. I remember my Christmas works out. I got absolutely battered, like plastered, mate. Like, I would have been so drunk. Mr. Knott had used cocaine a few hours before he died, and also like weird shit that was also in the cocaine was discovered, like benzo clayagonyl. Like if someone gives you some cheap sniff, and it was on antidepressants as well, which it possibly pointed towards, like, you could be suicidal if you're smashed out your brain and on cheap sniff and you don't know what you're doing, or you could have fallen in all cases. It's harder for you to escape that situation because smashed off your face, it might be colder at night, it might be dark, it might be a wider river. This part of the river is supposed to be quite deep and flowing, but we're also talking about a little country walk. We're not talking about like it's similar, but it's a bit different, I would say, with the Anthony Knott thing. But I agree, a strong grown-up man fell in the river, didn't manage to get out. I don't know if anyone else has been in the river. I've been in the river a number of times in my local area where it's okay for swimming, but you would not advised. But also I've been in a situation where I fell in the canal and like I actually thought I could die. Like there was a possibility. If I was like, okay, I'm not drowning right now, but if I don't get out of this, I ain't going to survive like 2 hours in here. And the bank was too high for me to just reach up and crawl out. So I was like, this is fucked. And I was lucky that there was like a foothold and a little laddery thing that I found, on the edge. It was actually by a lock gate, so that really helped because the lock gate had these things on it. But there are possibilities. Yeah, water is dangerous, absolutely. So we will discuss the falling in the river and dying possibility. I'm going to keep going over this overview, and then we're going to go through the articles. We're going to look at the interviews with the family, and then we'll discuss all the possibilities. So yes and no, I agree. A bit odd her phone didn't go with her body. That's very good. Yeah, I agree with that. And you remember the story, I went back into the club dress. Yes, Nigel, that's the one where I went back into, yes, I was on a date and I told the girl I'm just going to go to the toilet, and instead I went out smoking, and obviously when I returned she thought I'd been a long time in the toilet, but instead I'd fallen in the river, and she wanted to stay out and watch the band, and I was soaking to the bone all the way through. Yeah, good one. And as far as she was concerned, it happened in the toilet. So, yeah, I would say it's odd about her phone not being with her body, either in her hand. Even if you're abducting someone, like, you probably don't want their phone with you because it's like a tracer, isn't it, or whatever. But at the same time, like, how are you getting it out of their hand? Unless they're holding it in their hand and talking on it and you bat it out. We'll talk about these opportunities and possibilities later, I think. Susan says she thinks the dog ball went in the river and she went down to get the ball, but the current took her down. There are some pointers prone to and from that, and we'll look at them. I'll say, I'll directly answer questions as they come up, and then I'll repeat it maybe a bit later. But pros there is yes, I can imagine that happening. The negatives on that are that the ball wasn't as popular with the dog as people might think might come up a bit later. A negative is also that if you slip down the riverbank, you would think, or I would think, I've tracked deer in the woods. I've tracked rabbits. Like, it's soft ground. so you leave tracks. And if you're a police or a dive team and you turn up there and you're looking for where this woman went in the river, she went in the last day. Like, you just like, there, that's where she went in there. Look, where all the skid marks go down the river. With big handprints where she's tried to claw herself out. Like, there are some steep banks and treacherous drops and stuff, but you land in the river. Like, you just imagine it yourself. You know, you land in the river. This is bad. I want to get out. Like, you might get stuck to the bottom and it might be muddy and that might be a problem to you. But surely there'd be some signs of struggle or disturbance, or even the bit where she stood on the side of the river looking at the ball for a moment would have her footprints on it or something. I find it very unlikely, especially if the ball is in the river and you're trying to get it out. Are you going to go to where the bank is steep and you could fall in? That's not a good place to get a ball out. You just think, fuck it, leave the ball. Or like the dog, which apparently was bone dry, so we're assuming the dog hasn't gone in, but you would go in for the dog, but also you might think, I'll try and get in at a bit where it looks safer. Wouldn't you? You just look at the bank and think, this looks really dangerous here. The dog's moving down the river as the river flows, so I'll go down river. Here's a nice bit, I'll get in here. No, I just find it extraordinary to think that you could accidentally fall in and leave no trace of accidentally falling in, and that your phone, also your mobile phone, which is, you don't want to get it wet in the river, do you? But at the same time, do you want to leave it on the bench out in public while you're doing this? Probably not. I would probably just put my phone in my pocket, assuming I'm not going to fall in the river. Do you know what I mean? So there's problems with it as well. There are pros and cons to that idea as a concept, and we'll look into them more. We'll also look into what the dive team said in a minute. In a most recent press conference, Superintendent Riley suggested it was an issue with Willow might have led Miss Bulley to the water's edge, given she was off the lead, although the dog was dry when it was found and Miss Bulley could swim. I don't wish to speculate, she added. She doesn't wish to speculate. She's the damn police. Like, you know, give us the list of possibilities in order of, like, what you think they might be likely to have happened. She did invite the public living nearby to look out for the missing woman's clothing. So now they do want the public to be involved and to be helping and to speculate and to... on which, not to speculate, but to look out for clothing, on which she offered more detail, saying, I do have an update on clothing she was last wearing. So the idea with this clothing, and they repeat the description of the clothing, is that it's possible that she might be lost in the river in some way, but it's also possible that your hat, your gloves, your coat, something might float, might drift, might get caught on something. It's more likely that they will find an item of her clothing than herself, maybe, they're thinking. So they're hoping that if, let's say, you know, downriver, maybe someone at this holiday park in this... The thing about this river flow here is, yeah, you can probably, like, you get a canoe and you could probably canoe down to the sea. Yeah, I'll agree with that. But just floating debris, there's lots of bends, there's lots of turns and twists, there's lots of... you know, one day they might become Oxbow Lakes if I learned anything in geography, but there's a lot of places where you think, unless you get to this big wide bit here, which even there it bottlenecks, like, you'd think people might have seen something, or something might have turned up, and that the river flow might not just take you straight out to sea, but rather provide lots of opportunity for a person's quite a big thing, and it just needs to get caught on a bit of stone or stick or something. The divers we're going to get into as well, aren't we? So let's see where we're at now then. So the expert diver dramatically ends the river search and says she's not in the water, hours after the police finally admitted she could have left on a path not covered by the CCTV. This is the Daily Mail, and they're like dog shit media, but what can you do? Peter Faulding, leader of the Underwater Search Experts Specialist Group International, just too many words there, said he'd been determined to find Nicola, but both he and a partner were relieved that he hadn't. Paul was pictured this morning, so this is today's news, visiting the spot where she was seen. So that's Paul Ansell. This is today, look, Paul's out again. He's out again. He's there with the underwater search team. Right, if my significant other was missing, it's not just that I'd be out there asking them questions. I'd be dressed in the clothes. I'd be in the underwater search team. You wouldn't be able to stop me. You might try, but I'd still secretly go at night. You know, if I was worried, like, I don't know if I've shared this story before, but I was once worried about a significant partner of mine who was actually just staying around someone else's house, it turned out. But I walked the streets all night, you know, calling her name, like worried that she'd been kidnapped or something like that. Like, I wouldn't rest. I couldn't go to bed until I found out what, like, you know, resolution. And I would want very strongly to be on that team. Maybe he does as well. Maybe that's why he's there. Maybe that. Coming in chat here, Ian Byrne, does Nicola have a water bottle with her? Didn't say. They didn't say up to this point. Susan Lees, why don't they get Nicola's dog? She might know where Nicola is. I think it's a real stress for the dog that the dog has been found off the lead. You know, I think it's really sad and a bit of an issue there. I think we'll come to it in a bit with ideas, like when we discuss, because we'll go through these factual articles and then we'll discuss the different options as to what could have happened, I think. But yeah, it's sad that you can't directly ask the dog. But it might, you know, you might get the dog out in that area and it might run and sit and bark and you might be interested in what it does. Yeah, definitely. These are the expert diving teams, and the concept is that until a corpse fills with, and this is a bit brutal, but until a corpse fills with gas, it doesn't float, it sinks. You get caught in the mud, the reeds or whatever, and that most often someone is found near where they fell in. So that's the concept. And the expert divers are fundamentally saying, we've thoroughly searched it all the way down from the weir and up to the bridge, about a mile upstream. We've confirmed to Paul there's nothing in that area. Paul's on at them to search in a certain area, it seems. I mean, I'd be on at them. Also, if you were trying to cover up and distract, then you'd also be on at them. Turning up, check in, keeping an eye, pointing in the wrong direction. But I would trust these expert divers to know their job and to do the best they can. So it does state, like, that to me makes me think that she's less likely to have gone in the river because they think they would have found her. The idea that she would have drifted out to sea is a possibility. And I think a different expert has said that she may have drifted out to sea. Personally, I find it to be more difficult because it's a longer journey and it requires, as we've seen, lots of twists and turns. All the way out to sea. So you would hope that, especially as people are out looking for her, that along the way that people might have, you know, discovered something, if that were to be the case. And we all hope it's not the case, don't we? The best hope we've got is that she's still alive in some way, but yeah, that's the divers covered then. This is today as well. Paul and Mr. Folding were joined by a senior detective and a friend of Nicola, who listened attentively as Mr. Folding explained how the water where the police believe she drowned was particularly shallow. It comes as a video obtained by the Mail Online shows Mr. Folding's sonar device scanning either side of the riverbank near St. Michael's-on-Wye, where Nicola's feared to have fallen in. That's quite good, isn't it? A sonar device scanning the riverbank where they think she may have fallen in. The only sound that can be heard is the outboard motor. The side scan sonar can see to the bottom of the river and find any major obstacle in its way. So Mr. Folding remains convinced that if he's to find a body, it will be in the area close to where police say Nicola fell into the water. That's a bad thing, because you don't want to, you know, if you're investigating, you don't want to say, oh, she's definitely going to be here, and if we don't find her here, then we don't find her. Like, no, the police might be wrong about where they say she fell in, or think that she fell in. You might not find, like, you want to keep an open mind there, Mr. Folding. The expert took Mail Online to the scene and pointed out the water was fairly shallow, no deeper than 3 foot and covered in jagged rocks. If this is where she fell in, you can see the water's not particularly deep. There are lots of rocks, and if she was in the water, she would have been able to grab hold of them. No one heard any shouts for help, and I just can't see how she could drown here. You can drown in a foot of water, I believe. I think that's, you know, you can fall and bang your head on the rock and drown, but you would think she'd still be there. The possibility she fell, hit her head first, knocked out on the rocks. I don't see how it could happen. Lancashire police are working on the hypothesis she slipped into the water and drowned. Again, if this is the case, then you would see in this area some form of slippage, some form of footprint, wouldn't you? Or something. And she may have her phone on her. Last night, police said it was still a possibility she left the area by one path not covered by cameras, which is crossed by the main road through the village. And officers were trying to trace dashcam footage from some 700 drivers who passed along the road. So there is a possibility that she's gone through to a path into the village not covered by cameras, like, or that someone has come through there, like, not just Nicola, like, well, the case is that she's left the area or the scene, isn't it? I mean, have they searched all these trees and all these other places? Like, we're assuming she's left the area, whether she's been taken or left of her own volition. So there is another route out. It doesn't have to just be the river. That's what they're saying. How did they know her phone was on the bench at 9:20 when her phone wasn't found on the bench till 9:35 by a witness? Good point. Tracing a phone gives an area, not the exact place. Yeah, I'd agree with that. I'd say that we need to talk about facts. And we can talk about conjecture, and we will do once we've looked at all the facts. But the facts are the phone was found there, and it was connected to this call. But it doesn't mean that, yeah, it could have been on the floor behind the bench or up the down the field, or like there are other possibilities as to. And the phone, I think it screams, we'll talk about it in a bit as well, but I think it screams somebody trying to cover up by doing something they think might help them. Oh, they'll find her phone and they'll think she was sitting on this bench. But it just doesn't feel right. It just doesn't feel right. So maybe someone set that up and wants us to think that she was sat on that bench. If my dog was in the river and I'm on the bench on my phone, or like, whatever's going on in the river, and I see it happening, I have to get up and decide to go over there. What I'm not going to do is leave the lead behind, because whether it's the ball or the dog, that's my dog lead. I'm not going to leave my phone behind, because that's my phone. Like, even if when I get to the riverbank, I decide I'm going to have to jump in, I don't go back to the bench and put my phone and dog lead down. I've got them on me. I assume I'm not going to go in the fucking river. I assume she's not decided to go in the river, and like, I might as well just go in the river for this ball. I'm assuming she's not decided to. So therefore, if it were accident, she's got the phone in the pocket. You're not leaving it on a bench. Now, that's not normal. Someone saw an abandoned house, went up, there was a light on, they should call the police. Yeah, those sort of things, absolutely. I think all the area, the local area, all that sort of stuff should absolutely be checked out, as if it were a murder investigation, not a missing person. I think they should be a lot more careful and detailed around the local area like that, yeah. So there's a possibility she left that's not on camera. They've extended their search 10 miles away toward Fleetwood and the Irish Sea, and the belief her body had been swept away from the point of entry. Mr. Folding disputes the police theory that the body could have ended up so far. So that's fine. You can each have an opinion. One of you is the water expert and the other is not. But it's okay to all have opinions. Both could possibly be true. They're going to use their sonar to search around the weir. They're basically going to continue to search. My opinion is that Nicola had gone in by that bench. She would have gone to the bottom and drifted a couple of metres, says the water expert. The police divers, who are very professional, thoroughly searched that stretch of river. She wasn't there. There's hardly any current, and in my experience, bodies do not move very far. So you're an experienced... I'm going to have to listen to the experienced underwater search team and say it's most likely that if she went in the river, she'd still be there in the river. I'm also going to keep a door open for the fact that she could have floated all the way down to the sea. Like, that's a possibility. Like, some miles, bear in mind, several miles there of river to flow down, but that's what we've learned from that. Yeah. What we've also learned, and what I don't like, and I will reiterate and point out as I see it, is this chuffer here is turned up to talk to them, to like be part of the investigation. Now, people who had committed the crime often return to the crime scene. I'm not saying he's done that. I'm just saying that people who commit a crime often return to the crime scene. And in this instance here, he's wearing these like Converse trainers. We'll see it in another picture. I don't know, this sounds silly, right? This is just me and my thoughts. But he's wearing trainers. He's not wearing like Wellington boots that I would wear to go walking around in this mud. He's wearing a pair of jeans that are like stonewashed. Maybe he's just got nice clothes and like this jacket and stuff. He looks quite smart in a way. He looks smart cash, like you might dress up for a night out or something almost. Maybe he's just got smarter clothes than me. But down here as well in this picture, here he is with his shades on. I think he's aware that he's being photographed. I think he's aware that he's being pictured and photographed, and I think he wants to dress up and look smart for the photographs. I think that's true. I don't know what you'd think about that, but for me, I don't get a good vibe for it. I mean, maybe he's just, you know, just dresses like this, but for out walking down this muddy area, and again, look, this is the riverbank we're looking at here. You know, this is exactly the riverbank that we're looking at here. I've lived by rivers, you know. If you want to get the ball out of the river, I don't know, here's another point. Where's the chuffing ball? Has that floated down, has it? Has that gone away? Do you fall in there and drown to your death with no sign on the riverbank of any, you know, fresh disturbance of the... It's easy to spot as well. You can, you know, you see deer tracks in the ground. It's easy to spot fresh disturbance. I'm not so happy with that as a concept. I'm not. Here's pictures of all of it going on. Look, there's the team. There's all the press. Okay, so there's all the press. They've got their photographers and everything. So Paul knows he's going to be on camera. So he's decided to you're going to be photographed as you go to have a look at this thing. So you probably decided on the clothes you want to wear, haven't you? I wondered if it's not on this one. It's on a different article. There's a picture of him in more... I think we're finished with this article now, aren't we? They're just pictures. It comes... Okay, they're just talking about how bodies behave in water. Comes after some critics accused Mr. Folding of having an ulterior motive since making his feelings known, but the forensic rebuked the keyboard warriors, adding that he's devoted his life to trying to find missing people. I think this is all a bit worrisome. Folding's certainty and confidence is worrisome. Him having an ulterior motive is a weird suggestion. And the keyboard warriors aspect. Now, like, we've all got a computer these days, and we all access social media through the computer. So everyone's a fucking keyboard warrior. Get over it. Keyboard warriors. It's a pathetic, dated term to point at people who spend all their time irate and typing and think that they're making a difference in the world when actually they're just typing into the void. But this article was written by a keyboard warrior on a keyboard. I think it's all a bit silly. In chat, we've got, is it commonplace to leave your phone on a bench? Yeah, I do not think it's commonplace. I'm not having that. Susan says, if she did not fall in the river or somebody got it, yeah. Like, these are all options still, all options. Nigel says he's auditioning for his role in a movie about the incident. It looks a bit like that, doesn't it? It reminded me of Tom Cruise or someone. Palumbo, she was alive at 9:10 as a witness saw her with a dog. I will come to this in a minute, but we will... At the moment, all I've said is that witnesses can be unreliable, but I will also provide... why don't I just do it now? Why not just do it now? It'll come up later again, but it could be that someone else was out there with her dog, and if I was in the field and I saw my friend's dog that I recognise and someone that was similarly dressed to my friend, like, I don't know what coat she always wears. I'm just a dog walker. Yeah, if that's Nicola's dog, that's Nicola. I can only see her from the other side of the field. Nicola was in the field. Well, a dog was, and some woman was, and that, as far as I'm concerned, that's Nicola. It could be that it was someone else, couldn't it? It could be that's Nicola's killer that was seen in the field. And the witnesses think they're pretty reliable because they can see her over the field and they think it's Nicola. It could be a mistaken identity. Or it could actually be that she was definitely there alive at 9:10. That's also a possibility. This was in the upper field, the field that was past the bench, meaning she would have had to return to the bench area to leave her phone on it. Right, well, that's interesting, isn't it, then? Because, yeah, the two pieces don't tie up. Again, we've got conflict. Often with these murder investigations, what they'll do with the witnesses is they'll ask them for a statement, lock them into that statement, and then see if it's got any conflict later on when they reiterate what they did, see if they can't remember it properly and make mistakes. It could be that, couldn't it? It could be the I don't like these inconsistencies, I'll say that. Yeah, if she was definitely alive and seen by the witness, why has she gone back to put her phone on the bench? And if she wasn't, how did they see her? All of these things are inconsistent. I don't like that. That smells funny. I think we're okay to say that, aren't we? They're going on about her falling in the river and whether she has or has not in this article. I don't want to go over and over what the divers are saying here because it's basically, they're writing a bigger article than they need to about the river. But because we've got lots of things to look at today as well. They concentrated on the area where her phone was found on a bench. Other dive teams started to look further upriver. That's a reiteration, wasn't it? We've heard them say that already. Police warned amateur detectives they would be arrested if they're found to be breaking the law while carrying out their own searches. I really don't like this. I really find this to be strange. It's like the police are really concerned with members of the public being involved in the area. With other cases, they often say, like, they've already done it with this. Can you help? Call this number. Did you see Nicola? But in this case, they're like, stay home. Don't go out. Stop coming around and messing with our crime scene. Armchair detectives will be arrested. It's like a threat, isn't it? If they were found to be breaking the law. Well, look, anyone's going to be arrested if they're found to be breaking the law. Of course. If you're found to be breaking the law, I would hope you would arrest people, yes. But threatening armchair detectives seems a bit of a... Like, am I an armchair detective for talking about it on the internet? Should you arrest me? I'm not breaking the law, Your Honour. But, like... And if they were breaking the law while carrying out their own searches. So I think the police expect there to be an influx of people trying to find the truth. And for whatever reason, the police don't want them there. I can understand they feel protective over the crime scene and it would hinder their progress to have lots of people walking around. On the other side of the coin, if someone found something, it could help their progress. I find it very strange the way their attitude. The police have an aggressive attitude towards the public here. And it's to sort of shut you down, shout you down, send you home. And I'll reiterate, I'm not a big fan of the police and the way they police. And this whole idea, like I said earlier, about public spaces, me being told, stand here, don't stand there, get fucked. Frankly, that's what I think about that, is get fucked. If I'm not breaking the law, you can just leave me alone. Abandoned and derelict buildings along the river have been broken into by members of the public carrying out their own investigations. Well, they're derelict and abandoned, so they're not exactly being broken into, are they? Trespassing. Decriminalised trespassing. Well, it's not a criminal investigation if it's a trespass, is it? It's a civil crime. She added, there are some properties along the riverside which are empty and derelict, and whilst it may be well-intentioned people that think that could be a line of inquiry, I would ask them to desist from doing that. In some cases it may be criminal if they're breaking. See, they're really going into this like, leave these derelicts alone. We've gone into derelict property, including the ones on the riverside, with the permission of the owners. Because there's no criminal element yet identified, we don't expect there to be in this inquiry. We're not starting to go into houses because that's not where the inquiry is leading us. I find this really weird. What they're saying is, because there's no criminal element yet identified, because it's not being put down as a murder case or whatever, then, and we don't expect there to be in this inquiry, so they've already got their mind made up without any evidence. We're not starting to go into houses because that's not where the inquiry is leading us. What houses? What are you talking about? The derelicts. You should be looking in them. If you're not doing your job right. Okay? The other side of that coin is what, like private houses? Are we talking about, well, whose house would you want to search? Like, whose house would you want to search? Do you know what I'm saying? And what they're saying, I know what they're saying is, we're not searching that. Seemingly at odds with police, Mr. Faulding previously said it was unlikely Nicola was in the fast-flowing river. It was impossible for the 45-year-old to make it to the sea. However, the Times reports it was possible her body could have reached the sea. Right, well done. She could and couldn't. Keyboard Warriors is again repeated here, so I don't like the taste and tone of this anymore. We're now moving into bullying the public on the Daily Mail again, because that's what the Daily Mail is like, isn't it? They're out there, they're searching, we're reiterating points. There's no more information in this article. It's just reiterating points to keep you on their website for a bit. So that's interesting from the Daily Mail. I'm going to close that one. We've now got the next one that I wanted to do, and we're going to do, her friend is unhappy with the search area tourist, which is probably pertinent with what I was just saying, so maybe we should follow that on there. Then we've got this overview of the dive team again, so maybe we want to go there. We've got the interviews from the family and the partner, and then we've got the facts, the 11 facts you may not know about the case from her friend. So in reverse order there, then. Friend unhappy with search area tourists, or the search area. Let's carry on with the search area. I just wanted to know if there's any See, this one says dog walker could be out to sea by now. The Lancashire Police. Just want to see if there's anything on here, because there was 6 pages of this. We've just seen they're focusing on their search upstream. They're using the sonar. They're riding around in a little boat using the sonar. That's what they're doing. I imagined they might be physically out in the water, like, you know, divers, like physically in the water. But it looks like they're riding around using the sonar. That's what they're doing. And they seem to think that's going to be adequate in finding us. So, fair enough. This is newer. We'll go, look, you see, it's got all this stuff on this article. It's got loads of stuff. The private search is on the way. This is a woman sitting on the bench where Nicola's Bulley's belongings were found. And I don't know if this is someone they've said, can you sit on that bench and pose there for us? Because I thought they didn't want people to be out there doing this. It's a public place. Does this mean members of the public are just going and sitting on the bench? It's a strange phenomenon for me, but there it is. You're sitting, looking out at the river on that bench. Yeah, you're sitting and looking out on the river. Is that what Nicola was doing? I'll ask you a slightly different question. If you've been busy, you're dropping the kids off at school, working mom, you're on the Teams call, you're working as an estate agent, you're out walking the dog, do you take the time to go and sit on the bench? I walk the dog all the time. All the time. I don't sit and walk. I don't sit on the bench when I'm walking the dog. The dog does the walking. I do the walking. We return home. I question whether that moment of solace or whatever it is, sitting on that bench, is a regular routine thing for Nicola. If so, fair enough. She regularly likes to sit on the bench and spend some time out in the countryside while she's walking the dog. For others, it might be, let's get round the dog walk. I'm on the phone. I'm doing the talking. I haven't got time to sit on the bench. I need to get back in the car, and we'll connect up to the car while we, you know, the phone goes in the car and you're talking while you're on the phone in the car. You know, that sort of business. Busy. I don't know if we're sitting on the bench listening to the Archers, but this is the bench where her stuff was found. And it does look straight down to the river just there. It's like almost pointed at the river. So I didn't know this. This is the first time I've seen it. But again, I feel uncomfortable that this would have been a setup, because it feels really set up. You want to point at the river, so you've chosen the bench that points at the river. Do you know what I mean? Like, it feels a little bit like that. And I agree with the diving team. If this is where her phone was found and that's where the lead is, and she's gone in there, then I would expect to find her around there. It's quite possible you don't. You know, it's quite possible you don't. I would also expect to see some signs of footprints, struggle. Nigel says, if you've got a placid dog who doesn't mind sitting at a bench for some time, it would be nice to sit at a bench. Yeah, it would be nice. If you've got 2 kids and your work are on the business call, time for being nice might not have the time. Maybe that's what I'm thinking. I certainly can't. I'm thinking of my mom, and I know she was a single parent, so maybe she had more things to juggle, but she had a job. She dropped us off at school. Like, she was manic. She needed to get to work. You know, she hadn't got time for messing around sitting on benches, I'll tell you that. If someone had Nicola and told her to leave her phone there so she can't ring anyone, yeah, that's possible. She could have been sat there talking on the phone. Someone could have accosted her, and she could have decided, or they could have said to her, put the phone down. That, you know, maybe she wasn't talking, maybe she was listening. And that's why I find it interesting as well. If you're talking, you might sit on the bench. If you're just listening to the thing like a radio show, it implies that you're trying to keep up while you're busy. So maybe, no, I don't know, yeah. The dog was dry, and apparently they'd stopped taking his ball as it disrupted the walk. We might come to that a bit later, yeah, in these facts, yeah. There's some pros and cons on either side, aren't there? You can see why, if you turn up to this case and you're presented with these pieces of information, your first thought is, right, check that river. Like, we've got to check the river. It's like, you know, you turn, someone's phone is found by the... this is something that happened, actually, okay? This is something that happened. I used to have this lad living at this house that I live at. We used to have a shared house. Like, it was like lots of different people lived here. Students and the malarkey and that sort of stuff. When I was about that sort of age, in my 20s. So this was a shared house. And this one lad that lived here, he was a bit of a wrong and a bit of a chuffer sometimes. No, he also was a decent enough little... Like, I wouldn't let anyone live here that wasn't a decent person. But it turned out that he told a load of lies, made up a load of chuff, which he didn't have to. You know, he could have just come as he was and been real. But told a load of lies. At one point, things were getting on top. He hadn't paid his rent. And he was like under the cosh a little bit. And what happened was, it was dead midwinter. His bike was found by the canal. His bag was found by the canal. And there was a hole in the ice in the canal. And the police were out. And his girlfriend was going nuts. They nearly got the divers out. I don't think they did get the divers out, but they nearly, like, they were like, you know, we're going to have to get in the river here and, like, you know, get in the canal. He turned up, after all. And he'd just done that to make it look like everyone would feel guilty and panic. And, like, when he turned up, they're, oh, don't worry about the rent, mate. As long as you're okay. You know, fuck that, mate. You're out now. Like, sorry, mate. Like, that was a real shit thing to pull. You had the police out. Your girlfriend was going nuts. Sorry, I've changed the locks. You're not coming back in the house. People do weird shit. So I'm saying that there's an open possibility here for someone made it look like this, because I've seen someone try and make it look like that before. There's an open possibility here for Nicola. Just like, I want to get into the conjecture later, but Nicola could have actually done that. She could have been there on that bench. She could have just decided, fuck it, I'm going in the river. Right, that's possible. Bit unlikely, isn't it? But possible. Like, we're open to possibility. And so if we're open to one, we need to be open to the other as well. That's what I sort of think. And I think it smells fishy. That, right, it's almost like someone's put a little signpost, like, she went in the river over here. But the actual evidence that you would expect to find, scrabbling at the riverbank, a floating hat, you know, some indication, any indication, her phone actually being in her pocket, like anything like that. Like, no. An accident, okay. The evidence you would expect to find at the scene of the accident, no. A bit of a funny tie-up with the way the evidence and the scene don't quite fit, the phone being on the bench. And again, I can see now the bench is quite close to the river. So maybe you think, I'll just leave that on the bench there while I go down to the river. I can see now that could be the case. But at the same time, would you? This is a public space. Would you just leave your phone on a bench? You're not expecting to go in the river, are you? Unless you're deciding, I'm getting in there and swimming it. Like, you're not... I find it very strange. Very strange. There's the river again. It's wide. True. But by the bank, it's not as deep, maybe. This is the timeline as well, that, you know, talking to the partner and stuff. So I want to go to newer again. We're going to go, like, we're moving forward newer in the timeline as I go here. So the police are saying stop breaking into homes to search for her. Like, we've had all this summed up in this other article, haven't we? This is a CCTV picture. I believe it's from the school, after she dropped the kids off at school, of Nicola being alive. A friend of the family says nothing makes sense, which is what we're saying. We're saying things don't seem to make sense. I think that's a common theme, isn't it? There's not a lot of sense being made. And that's a worry, because if it were an accident, if it were innocent, then you would think it would make sense. Also, other options would also seem like, unless someone was trying to cloud the waters, then it wouldn't make sense, would it? Unless there was, like, somebody trying to confuse things. No evidence of criminality, say the police. Diving expert who doubts the police line doesn't know all the details, apparently. So the police are having an argument with the diving expert now, so that's not ideal, is it? The police don't sound like they're doing a particularly... it sounds to me like the police aren't doing a particularly wonderful job here. And they are antagonised or antagonistic, and they need to just drop all that shit and get on with doing the best job to find her. Like, they do a wonderful job sometimes, the police. I'm reminded of a tragic incident that happened recently in my area, where some young children went into a frozen lake and sadly drowned, and the police went in. One of the police divers was beating the ice with his fists to try and get to them. They do a fine job, you know, they do a fine job, but it seems that there are different departments here having an argument with each other, which doesn't seem very positive. Newer. 500 lines of inquiry now in search for, this is 12 hours ago, police revealed there are 500 lines of inquiry. So how can you go from, sorry, that's the policewoman now, I'm trying to turn off that picture of her, she's down there in the corner anyway. How can you go from like saying, like, we're pretty sure she's in the river, to there's 500 lines of inquiry? What 500 lines? Have 500 people called up and said, I think it could be this, I've seen her down here? Or have you got, what the hell do you mean by 500 lines of inquiry? Susan says the divers know what they're doing, they've been doing the job for 20 years. Yeah, I would trust the divers on that, I would. I'd leave the door open for them to be wrong, but I would trust the divers on that. What 500 active pieces of information and lines of inquiry we're working on? That's a very strange thing as well. I'm going in heavy on the police here again, but actually we can hear her for a minute.
Under a senior investigating officer working daily to comb through this enormous amount of information.
Join us tonight.
Right, we don't need Joe Biden though. Yeah, so she says there's an enormous amount of information now, 500 lines of inquiry. I think it's one of those things where you need to get 500 words for your essay. So you start adding in ats and does. You start rewriting sentences with extra words in it. 500 lines of inquiry could mean 500 pieces of paper in the file. 500 statements that we've gathered from different people. Like, you haven't gathered 500 statements, there's not that many people to, 500 what? 500 line, like, make every little thing count into this 500 lines of inquiry so we can have a big number, please. Like, how have you got, what do you mean by that? I find it a very strange thing, and I find it an extraordinary high number. Active pieces of information. That's like police talk for, like, things that people said. What do you mean by active pieces of information? 500 of them. Maybe that's the amount of texts they've got. Maybe they've got texts. Maybe they've got on a phone, they've got texts. And each text is an active piece of information. And in a text file, there's 500 of them. Maybe that includes websites she's visited. Like, I don't know. It seems like a huge number to all of a sudden go from one day, we just think she might be in the river and you can shut up, to we've got 500 pieces of information. They're also saying that the scale of the efforts was not... Sorry... They also said the scale of efforts was that of a normal missing persons inquiry and does not indicate there's anything suspicious. So what I just said then, 500 pieces of information, baffling me with science here, baffling me with numbers. You've got 500 lines of inquiry, but that's quite normal. It's nothing suspicious. But don't speculate on what's happened, because theories circulating online are hurtful to the family. Like, I hate that. I hate that. Now you're leveraging the family. I think that the family want to know what happened. Yeah, I respect the family, and we will look at them in their interview that they've chosen to do publicly. So you can't say we're not allowed to talk about them because they've chosen to publicly do a damn interview. Yeah, so they're in the public domain now, public sphere, on the news. I think we can talk about that. But the police don't want you to. The police want to try and shut you down on that. They're like, the theories hurt the family. All right, the family can either watch what I'm saying now and feel things, or they can ignore it. It's up to them. If they're going to be hurt by people on the internet saying things, don't look at people on the internet saying things, because people are going to say shit. Like, some people are going to say, I think you did it. I think you did it. I think he did it. I think she did it. Like, people are going to be like that. That's going to happen. Like, you can't stop that. Like, people have got ideas, but also not to speculate on the internet because it would hurt the family, is leveraging the family to make it seem like I'm a bastard because I don't care about their feelings when I do care about their feelings. I don't think that's fair. I think that we should find who did this, and that her children and her family deserve to know the truth. And for us all as citizens to say, the way the policing works is they get on with it and we don't critique in public, we don't talk in public. They get on with it and we don't, like, it's not right. It'd hurt the family if we talk about it. It'd hurt the police if they don't sort this shit out. If they're left with an open case here, they look bad. The people who did it, whoever did it, they look happy. They didn't get caught. If that's the case, if there's a criminal aspect. That's why the police are so keen to say no criminal aspect as well, because now we can't fail to solve the case because there is no case. But, I worry that... That's my worry anyway. So I'm going to say, fuck being hurtful to the family. I'm not going to say anything hurtful to the family. I'm going to circulate online rumours now. I'm going to talk about what I think is interesting in the news today. And in terms of true crime and stuff like that, people find it interesting, we're going to talk about it, and it's right to do that because we want the truth out. Okay, and if you don't want me to do this, police, if you don't want people like me to do this, then I would get on with sorting it out and figuring out what's happened. Show us the evidence, and then we can just go on what you say. Because at the moment, you haven't got your shit together. That's the way I feel. Particularly hurtful to her family, to her children, to her partner, Paul. I'm not sure I should worry about him. He doesn't seem as hurt as you might make out. Her parents, her sister and her friends. It's not helpful to them. It's distressing and it's distracting for the police inquiry. I wouldn't expect the police to be watching this. Do you know what I mean? If the police are going to be distracted by people doing YouTube lives, then you need to get in the police office and say, get back on with the work, you fuckers. So I won't be bullied by the police in the media in that way. I think that's unfair. I will push back against that and say no, bollocks. Nicola Bulley, search expert, believes third party involved if missing mother is not in the river. I'm sorry, what?
Could you possibly be able to say that if you find nothing, there is nothing to find?
Generally, Susanna, yes. I mean, bodies can get lodged in reeds and show up months later.
That sounds fucking distressing for her kids. How come they're allowed to do that and I'm not?
The sonar won't go into the reeds, but that's the idea of the divers. But as I said before, it was originally searched where she supposedly went in. I mean, I personally think if I rule this stretch of river out today where we're working, I don't think she's here. I think there's probably a third party involved. I mean, I had a long chat with, you know, Paul rang me last night and Nicola's partner. We had a long chat for about half an hour. You know, these people. That's
right. Okay, this is fucked up and weird. I'm pausing it there. I'm going to have to. I didn't realise you'd said this. Wow. What are you doing being on the phone to Paul for a long chat? Are you a policeman? You're a diving expert. I suppose Paul can talk to who he wants on the phone. Isn't that incredible? Paul has been on the phone to him for like 45 minutes last night. What are you talking about for 45 minutes, Paul? To the diving expert. Is she in the river? No, I haven't found her. How do you go about this? Tell me about the sonar kit. Could she be here? Could she be here? There's a bit of that I expect. But 45 minutes, and that's not a police interview. That's Paul getting information from someone working on behalf of the police, because this guy's not a policeman. Wow. The sign on the tree states all dogs must be on the lead around that area, yet her dog was found with no harness or lead on. She knows the sign was there, having done this walk numerous times. That's interesting, Palumbo. We'll get onto the dog harness and lead with the facts, I think, in a minute, because we've got these 14 facts, but I'll deal with what you bring up and I'll talk about it now as well, yeah. I believe that I've seen some contravening evidence to this. I've seen some photographs that she takes the dog out and the dog stays on the harness. I've also, in the facts that are coming up later, someone says that she takes the dog off the harness. So I've got a dog, and sometimes he wears his harness and sometimes he doesn't. If I'm letting him run free and I want him to get a good run and I don't want him to feel inhibited, I can take that harness off. If he's difficult to control and get back and put on the lead, I can put that harness on. It goes all ways. So I don't know enough about their particular dog and how they behave with their dog to say they would have done this or they would have done that. I would have to go on what people closest to them would say, or there is photographic evidence that the dog remains on its harness quite often. How do I say these things? There's a sign there that says do not have your dog on, whatever. With dog walking, if you want your dog to be off and to have a run, you take it off the lead and you let it have a run, yeah? But if it's my responsibility as a dog owner that my dog should be under control, and that means I can call it back and it will come to me. That's control. But also, let's say, for example, you're out in the woods and you're walking your dog and it bites someone, or you come across another dog and they have a fight and they bite each other. If your dog's not on the lead and that happens, you're responsible for it not being under control. So the law is that your dog needs to be on a lead in public places, like for you to be considered having your dog under control. And that is obviously about dangerous dogs and what I've described, bites and fights. It's so the law can decide who's right and wrong here and who had their dog under control. You want your dog on a lead. But of course, all of us dog walkers go to these fields and places so that we can let them off the lead. And we consider the control, the ability to call the dog back and put it on the lead. With something like a harness, it's usually for pulling or so for comfort with the dog having a collar around its neck. It's more comfortable for the dog, and it can also be, if your dog is like a pulling dog, you might find it easier to pull the dog on the harness. So it might be that for comfort, you want to take that off and let the dog have a good run. And so it might be the sign means nothing to you because you go there every day, and dogs supposed to be kept on a lead in this area, but you've got your dog under control because you can whistle it and it comes back to you. And most people in this area just don't care. They just have the dog off the lead, and you don't care because you're a posh chuffer and you don't care. And I don't know whether she's posh or not. I'm just saying, like, me as making up a thing here. Like, I know people who would walk the areas where you've got to have the dog on the lead with the dog off the lead. And I used to have a dog that needed to be on the lead, and like I'd think, oh, can you put your dog on a lead? And they go, oh, it's fine. It won't bite. And I'm like, mine will. So keep yours on a lead because mine will bite yours if it comes over. Like, there are all sorts of situations where the dog could be on the lead, could not be on the lead, and all of these things, whether harness or not, could all be in both boxes, that it's perfectly normal and that it's totally abnormal. You know, I don't know enough about her and her dog to know whether she routinely would behave in these ways. I know about how I behave. So if you saw me down the woods where I go walking my dog will be off the lead, no harness, collar, you know, microchip, but free roaming, doing its run. And yeah, I might walk. I've sometimes walked past signs that say, you know, don't even walk here, and I'm like, fuck that. I need to walk there just to go around there to get to my car. Like, I'm going that way. Like, it's the countryside. No one's going to police me on like, do not walk, do not have dog on lead or whatever. Like, okay, it's a farmer's field sometimes, and I feel a bit bad, oh naughty, but I'm not in there trampling the crops. I'm just like scooting around to get to my car. Like, the dog should be on the lead till you come to an open field, and then take the lead off the dog so she can run around playing with the ball. That's more common, isn't it, Susan? Yeah, I'd agree with that. As we walk from the car to the field, the dog's on the lead, and then when we get to the open area, it comes off the lead. So it's all, and again, I don't know about this bench enough. I've got the map, I've got the pictures, but I don't know if you're out there where it's appropriate most to have your dog on or off the lead, how off the lead, and you know, the choice of the harness. I think we can make a case in any situation. Like, let's say, for example, she has innocently gone in the river, the dog's got off the lead or out of its harness. You know, maybe it's slipped the harness, some dogs do, or maybe you've took it off and, you know, it's all gone this way. That's a possibility. It's also a possibility that if someone has, I'm saying if someone's kidnapped her or done something with her or murdered her or something, they've done it before she's got this far on the dog walk, and the people that have seen her dog walking might think it's her, but it might just be some woman with the dog, and this woman's gone down the bench and put the phone there, put the harness, took the dog off the harness and just fucked off and left it, and they've left that as, like, you know, evidence that she was there. Or maybe they've tied a thing to the bench, the dog's on the harness on the bench, and they've left it, and the dog's like, fuck this, don't leave me, and they've got themselves out the harness. Like, whatever it is, I'm saying that's been left. Like, this is the bad possibility, the bad conjecture. Don't have these conspiracy theories online, you chuffers, but that would be, you know, or let's say someone's crept up and grabbed her from behind or something, right? Then again, this stuff that is in her hands that's on the bench just gets left there in that case, doesn't it? So there's a possibility always for the dog and the lead, and the lead and the dog and the harness. It can be built into the case for her innocently falling in the river, and it can also be built into the case for somebody's deliberately left it there and removed the harness from the dog. Yeah, interesting that the dog didn't, like, if there was someone else involved, you would kind of expect the dog to chase them, wouldn't you? That's an interesting point as well, is that if, like, let's say someone kidnapped me when I'm on my dog walk, my dog's going to come running after us, because, like, it's not going to want to stay on the dog walk on its own. It's going to be like, where are you going with my daddy? And, like, you know, it's going to chase us, and then you're not going to be able to say to the dog, stop, go away. Like, you know, unless you do something to it, tie it up somewhere or whatever, you're going to, the dog will attempt to chase you. So that's an interesting aspect of it, I think. Unless, of course, you've, you know, just taken the dog down there, let it off the lead and just fucked off, and it doesn't know you. And it's just like, yeah, interesting ideas anyway. So this guy...
People are grieving. It's terrible. I met the family again yesterday morning. It's a very difficult situation with...
Did he just say they were grieving?
Paul rang me last night, and Nicola's partner, we had a long chat for about half an hour. You know, these people are grieving. It's terrible. I met the family.
What the fuck? Hello? Okay, I'm glad I'm doing this. Didn't know I was going to find this today, but that's like red flag city, isn't it? It's like that's red flags. This guy has been on the phone to Paul for about an hour, and Paul is grieving.
You know, Paul rang me last night, and Nicola's partner, we had a long chat for about half an hour. You know, these people are grieving.
Paul rang him. I mean, you'd want to know, wouldn't you? I'd be on the phone to the fucker if it was me, and like I'm looking for my missing. Like if I'm innocent and I'm looking for my missing partner, I would be on the phone to every fucker. Yes, I would. Grieving, no. Manic, looking for her, hopeful, never want to give up hope, candlelit vigil sort of hope, you know, but grieving, maybe not at this stage, maybe in a few weeks when it really, like, you know, Madeleine McCann's itself out there, and like, do you know what I mean? But like grieving, Paul is grieving, and then we've got pictures of him grieving, haven't we? Like in his shades and his coat with his nice trainers on.
Terrible. I met the family again yesterday morning. It's a very difficult situation with lots of horrible things being said on social media.
Horrible things being said on social media. I mean, I'm reading the news. This is media. Like, I'm getting my ideas here out of the news and then some conjecture. And do you know what? I don't think her family are watching this episode that I'm doing here. I don't think like they're reading the tweets. Like, I don't think people are saying necessarily particularly horrible things. Like, there's a mainstream news agenda to say you shouldn't be tweeting about this, you shouldn't be talking about it. We're going to give you what you're going to talk about, and if you do things, you're vile and horrible. I did a funny tweet, right? I do funny tweets because not all the time, but I am funny. I tell you, I am funny. I did this one, R.I.P. Nicola Bulley. When I saw this smile, and I say that I'm funny, I think it's funny anyway. R.I.P. And I tweeted that. I did. R.I.P. Nicola Bulley. Like it's okay. It's a joke, right? This is Twitter. Bear in mind, Twitter's a Wild West. If you want to see my Wild West. If you want to see the Wild West, like, follow me at Informal Films. If you like it, if you don't like it, you know, whatever. At Informal Films there on Twitter. This I know it's bad taste, isn't it, in a way? But in another way, I'm like making a statement. R.I.P. There he is, smiling away on the. I watched that and I thought, oh my god, we're going to come to that in a minute. Of course, that's coming up. But okay, I tweeted, yeah, vile, aren't I? Like horrible social media. It's just like, get over it a bit. Although if you're worrying and grieving for your dead mum, then like this seems bad, but then so does the fact that your mum's dead and that people aren't saying that she's dead and they're pretending that your dad didn't do it, and that you know what I mean? Like there's all this other stuff that's bad around that. Like the police aren't even investigating it like a crime is one. Like I'm saying that, so I'm not horrible and vile in all aspects, am I? Because like I'm helping the people who are grieving, because I'm standing up for their right to have the crime of their mother's death investigated. Anyway, someone did reply vile, so I replied too soon, because that's funny. I'm funny, look, I'm funny. I am funny. That's a real close-up of his face. I think it's funny. It's not funny. It depends how long it's been. But that's a close-up of his face. That's his face. I didn't make his face like that. He did it. So, you know... That's the vile social media. I'm not showing anyone else's vile social media, but if I put Nicola Bulley, and this is Twitter, yeah? So this is the worst place in the world. So I'm just going to put Nicola Bulley and like just see what comes out on top. There appears to be a man facing the woman behind the bin in the distance wearing a vest. A vest? Which vest is podcast best? Over here. Can you see that? There appears to be a man wearing a vest. It's not a man wearing a vest. Sorry, I'll take your chat here. The stream's still working, isn't it? We're working. We're live. Yeah, running. So it wasn't me that's gone anywhere. If you fell in the river, if she fell in the river, why did she scream? Or why didn't she scream? Like, or why didn't they hear her scream is a good point. So it must have gone because now he's talking and then he stopped for a bit. That's not me talking, is it? That's the partner disappeared off the face of social media for a bit. Yeah. I don't think there is a man watching her from the bush. I think that's just a bush and you're a bit tapped. Hasn't got a proper shaped head. Where's the rest of the head? So that's a strange thing. This is what you get for trying to help people. This is Peter himself. This is Peter himself, the diving expert.
Also got detractors, and people are accusing you of coming up here for not doing this mission out of the kindness of your heart, even though you're...
So who's accusing him of not doing this out of the kindness of the heart? I haven't seen that, but they're telling him that's what's happened. Like, the media are telling him that so that he gets angry about it.
volunteering not only your time and your staff's time.
He's a volunteer. He's a volunteer. I do believe his opinions on the dive. I believe his opinions, but I do think it's fucked up that it's a... If it was a criminal investigation, this wouldn't be happening. But because it's a missing persons, he's able to come up and go in the river and talk to the media and do all this. And there are no, like he's just as bad as anyone else doing ideas on the internet, because he's just a random person. Yeah, he's got a dive specialist, you know, all that. Like, I'm saying what I think on the internet, so's he. He's been in the fucking river. We're not allowed to go in the river. The police would get cross if you went up there. They'd be like, oh, stop coming up here. You know, all these people, we're going to look at that in a minute. But he's all right to do it. Like, he's just a volunteer. He's not like a, you know, he's not like a, he hasn't got a police badge.
There is an ulterior motive. For the record...
An ulterior motive? Well, the ulterior motive is he gets to be famous and talk on the camera and people take him seriously and he's an underwater search person. Yeah. Like, yeah. What you want to talk about now is altruism, whether anyone can honestly do anything good. Because when you do good things, you get a good feeling, or, you know, it's nice to be a good chuffer. So you're not doing it for doing it for the good. You're doing it so people can see you being good. Like, you're talking about, what do they call it when you virtue signaling? Like, you want to have a deep philosophical discussion about whether people can be good. Like, you can get in the bin. Like, he's doing a good job. He's doing a better job than I am. He's up there in the fucking river with his team, telling you honestly what he thinks. The byproduct is he gets some media attention and all that, yeah. But, like, I don't think he's, like, completely a nutter who just wants to be on the telly.
Do you have an ulterior motive with being up here?
I have no ulterior motive. Look, I search for it. I have given my time to many cases free of charge. We get paid to do police diving operations, okay? But I offered...
What's an... So, yeah, like, we gets paid to do them as well. So, like, you get money. So there's a motive. What's ulterior? What's an ulterior motive? It's like a hidden motive, like a motive that you don't... A secret reason. A hidden reason, yeah. Hidden reason, a secret reason. So he gets paid and he wants to help and find people. And then the secret reason, I mean, often these are children that they're looking for, aren't they, and stuff. So people might be, you know, into this because they're good chuffers, like lending their support. The secret reason would be he's involved, or like he doesn't want you to find her and he can be blackmailed and paid off. Like, if you can pay me to come and search, I'll pay you to not find. How about that? How about that? Like, a secret reason might be he wants to get on the telly. I don't know. Like, all of those things, other than like secretly being paid to do a bad job, being on the telly and stuff is just like fair game, I guess. If you're prepared to go and get in the river and search for people, then you deserve to get interviewed afterwards.
My services for a whole week with April Jones. There was no media around for that. I never gave any interviews for that, and that's it. And then the other one was Ellis Downs. The poor lad was left laying in the river. No one could find him. I came in and found him, and I done that totally free of charge for that family. I donate life jackets to kids for schools. I do a lot for charity. I don't need publicity. The press have come to me for this. I am not openly, if I don't give information...
I tell you what, I believe him. He's angry about this. He's agitated, he's angry. They've wound him up by saying, hey, people are on the internet slagging you off, you chuffer. And he's there, right, you fuckers, slagging me off, you fucking chuffers. I do this. Like I said, kids are involved. I knew it would come to that. I haven't seen this before. I knew that this job involves that. Sadly, it does. And you hope that you don't find, you know, you hope to find kids and save their lives, or that you don't find them and they're safe and well. But you need people like this to do this job. So I think he's done a good job. I think he's a decent chuffer. I do find it strange that he's been phone conversation with someone so... Well, at the same time, if it was my missus that was missing, I'd be on the phone to this chuffer being like, have you found her? What's going on? Yeah, so this rings true. The thing I don't like is the media saying that, like it's the media telling him that we're all out there out to get him, and I haven't seen anyone out to get him. Lancashire police have made an absolute hash of the Nicola Bulley case. They're secretly playing an absolute blinder. Sorry, Lancashire Police have either made an absolute hash of the Nicola Bulley case or they're secretly playing an absolute blinder. The lack of basics, such as a crime scene, seems to suggest the former. So this is what I was saying as well, isn't it? They seem to be doing a bad job, the police, and so they want you to shut up about it on the internet. People are tweeting about helping find her. People are... No, it's not full of sordid, horrible nastiness, is it? This is Twitter. Like, this is Twitter, you know. This is someone who's also looking for Claudia Lawrence. I'm not seeing all the horrible, like this is Twitter. If you want to see horrible stuff, you come to Twitter, and it's not all there. So I'm going to say bollocks to that then. I understand now why he's on here saying it.
And also criticising the police operation. Everyone is pulling the stops out here. I'm
understanding now why he's saying, fuck you, social media people, because the media have told him the social media people are out to get him. I don't think he's on Twitter reading it. I just think they've told him that there's a backlash. So he now feels attacked. But I'm certainly not giving him any backlash. I've stated my case against the police where I'd feel they should be treating this more seriously. And yeah, that's interesting. Okay. Her final text before she disappeared revealed before she vanished into thin air. There's the quote again, vanished into thin air. Of course, she has not vanished into thin air. That's a ridiculous thing to put as a quote. They're quoting they're quoting the chuffer, aren't they? Him. So he said that she vanished into thin air, but she arranged a play date with a friend just minutes before she disappeared by text. So it's yeah. You know, is that somebody doing that to make it look like she's alive, or did she actually do it? No one will ever know that necessarily. Well, not at the moment, we don't. Speculation's hurtful for the family. We've been through that. They've got their scanners. Been through this. The friend is baffled. We're going to come to that and her facts. This is the 12th day that they're looking for her. Police reject suggestions she could have been the victim of a crime. Every single potential suspicion or criminal suggestion that's come in has been looked at by detectives and discounted. Just because they discounted it doesn't mean that it didn't happen, but we're saying then every single potential suspicion of criminal suggestion that's come in has been looked at by detectives and discounted. So that means they've looked at him because, what is it, like 90% of cases it's the partner, like, isn't it? So they've looked at him then, yeah? And like, he's not, or what should I say this? They're not able to link him to a crime. We're going to come to that because I think that's why he's smiling here. It doesn't always mean that no crime has been committed, but what it means is that they're not able, they've discounted that. You assume that means they've looked at him though. You know, you can infer that, read between the lines. Every single potential suspicion. Like, he's a potential suspect, so they've looked into that. I'd like to reassure the community nothing in the investigation so far has checked out, has come in suggesting a crime, checked out and discounted. Fair enough. They say they've checked it all out. Newer. 5 things Peter Folding is puzzled by. Why her phone was left on the bench, we've talked about it. The behaviour of her dog, we've mentioned it a bit. No screams were heard. Brought that up in chat, didn't you? No screams were heard. You would expect that if some ne'er-do-well was attacking her, like, the first thing people do is to scream, isn't it? And there were people out there that could have heard it. The scene's not closed off to the public. That's a problem. No body's been found in the river. Yeah, obviously. Anger at people treating it like a tourist spot. We're going to come on to that with the BBC. Her body may have been swept out to sea. 40 detectives are working on the case. Again, is this them just trying to make themselves sound good? Hundreds of lines of inquiry, 40 detectives. Is this like, you know, in a call centre, we've had 40 people taking calls. So that means we've got 40 people working on it. Or is that actually 40 detectives working on it? And if it is, how have they, like, they've exhausted all of their suspicions. So what are they doing? Why do you need a team of 40 people working on something when you've got no suspicions whatsoever? That doesn't make any sense. The police are not starting to go into houses. We've discussed that. Looking at 500 lines of inquiry. Yep. Peter there on Twitter. We've seen that. We've seen that. making sure extensively covering it now. The newest page now, the final page here. And this is the latest, this is 4 minutes ago. The private rescue team confirmed they're pulling out of the search.
We've cleared completely the area where the bench is, about a mile up from the bench, but around where the phone was initially found. So we've done very thorough searches all the way down to the weir. The police divers have dived it 3 times extremely thoroughly, and they are highly competent, and we are...
So the police divers have turned up, so there's no need for you to be there anymore, and you're gone home. But interesting that we've had 2 teams there now. Nicola Bulley's family are distraught, says the diver. That's a quote from that. From this, is it?
Are, and that area is completely negative. There is no sign of Nicola in that particular area. We are here this afternoon. We're just going to do one little area up the top.
Do you know what I do get from this? I get a really big vibe from him, which is, and I'm not doing body language analysis necessarily, but I'm just giving you like some off the cuff feels, is that he's there saying that like, it's the language he's using and not using, isn't it? Sometimes people say things without saying things.
Extremely thoroughly, and they are highly competent, and we are, and that area is completely negative. There is no sign of Nicola.
Like, he's saying she's not been there. She's not in there. Completely negative. Think of something else. Not missing, falling in the river. And yet, the story seems to rumble on, doesn't it? That she's most likely fallen in the river. The police most likely think that she's fallen in the river. But they don't, like... The police think that based on the information they've been given by the diving team. And the diving team says no. So why do the police think that? Most likely fallen in the river. He's saying no, it hasn't. And sometimes, you know...
In that particular area. We are here this afternoon. We're just going to do one little area up the top. What just needs to be another bit of a search to do, and then at the end of the day we'll be here. Our kit will stay here, but we'll go. We're all tired. I had 3 hours sleep last night.
I get the feeling that the vibe from him that like he's not going to say, you know, he thinks X, Y, Z at all, is he? The family distraught. Paul's extremely obviously upset. He wanted to go and see where the original entry point was again, and the water's a bit lower than it was originally when Nicola went missing. And he's clear that all the family are clearly distraught, like anyone will be, the diver said. And he's clear that all the family, like, Paul's making sure to put across to this diver man that he's distraught. Yeah? And he wanted to go to see the water where the original entry point was. But there's no entry point, is there? This is really weird language. Paul wants to go and see where the original entry point was. No, Paul, there is no entry point. We've been searching the river. Like, we don't think this is... Like, there's a potential that someone said this is the entry point, but we have found no evidence that it is. And he wanted to go there. Paul thinks that's the entrance point. So maybe Paul, like, you know, he's got his ideas there. I don't know. And he's distraught. So Paul's obviously like, she's dead in the river. That's what he thinks. Or at least he's pretty sure she's dead. I'm just reading what I'm seeing on the internet. I'm not creating any conspiracy theory here. Like why, like, distraught. I was distraught when people were missing, yeah, but like, I don't know, maybe just distraught that she's missing. Maybe just distraught that she's missing then. And Paul is making clear that he and all the family are distraught. We're going to come to that, all the family. We're going to look at it. And it's not a nice place to be. And I'm just trying to explain what work we're doing and give him some confidence that Nicola is not in that river over there. Like, this is really interesting, yeah? Okay, so you're innocent and you're calling the divers and you want information because you want them to find your missing partner. You're worried about her. You're scared that she's gone in the river. They're telling you confidently she's not gone in this river. Like, part of me would be relieved. Thank God she's not dead in the river. Okay, where else could she be? Like, part of me would be relieved in a way that the confidence of the diving team, unless you're saying, bollocks, mate, get back in that river. I don't believe that you got this right. I want you in that. Tell me about these sonar devices because I'm off to buy one. What is that, a dinghy? You've got a little dinghy. I can get a dinghy and a wetsuit. I've got a dinghy and a wetsuit. I'll order one on Amazon tomorrow. I'm in the river tomorrow. Like, what do I need to do? If you're not going to search for it, I'll search for it. Like, or you're like confident. He's told you she's not in that river over there. It's not a nice place to be. I'm just trying to explain what work we're doing and give him some confidence. Nicola is not in that river over there. So if you're hearing that and you're innocent, you're with confidence she's not in that river, you could then report back to the family, look, they're saying she's not in the river, and they're going to say, okay, what's next? Maybe we should start printing up some leaflets and going wider, wider afield. Maybe, like, I don't know what's happened, but she's not in that river. So you'd look like the Find Maddie campaign, wouldn't it? You'd start this campaign up, find her. That's if you're innocent. If you're guilty and you're involved or complicit, or you've arranged or been part of, then you're not going to like this being explained on the phone that she's not in the river. You're going to say, no, she could be in the river, couldn't she? Because that's my fucking get out of jail free card here. If you don't think she's in the river and the police don't think she's in the river, they're going to start looking to see where she is. And I don't want them to do that. I want them to think she's in the river. That's what you might be thinking if you're guilty. So normally we find them. This is an unusual situation. And hopefully Nicola will appear somewhere or pop up somewhere. I don't know. That's interesting language from a diver. What he says there, pop up somewhere. Like, he's being hopeful that she might turn up, like, but not alive. Because popping up somewhere, he means like that she might be underwater and then bob up. I think it's like language that belies his thinking. He's thinking if she's gone in the river, she's dead, and we're looking for a corpse, and it's whether we find a corpse or not is a question, and most often we do, is what he's saying. Appear somewhere or pop up somewhere, like a dog walker further upriver will see something caught in a shopping trolley in a part of the river, or attached to a tree there is a hat that leads to a coat that now we found her, sort of thing. But he also says he doesn't know. But with that, he's totally baffled by this one. To be honest, normally a drowning victim goes to the bottom. There was a bit of flow on the river that day, but normally we recover them with a few meters. Yeah, we've heard that before, haven't we? So they're really going over, they're really sort of really pushing this diving man, aren't they?
Which I'm glad that we haven't found Nicola, because it's at least she could be somewhere else or whatever.
But you're fairly confident that in the section of river where you believe if she'd have fallen in, she would be,
Yep.
She's not there.
Yes, absolutely, 100%. I mean,
so like, he's 15 minutes of fame or not, he's given his hat into the ring, and that's that. And there's still a possibility she left by a path not covered by CCTV, they're saying. Well, what at least they're saying there is that there's a path not covered by CCTV. So if you're going to commit a crime in this area, you're going to probably go on the path that's not covered by the CCTV, aren't you? Probably, you don't even have to go on a path, you can go in and out of the woods. Like, that'd be basic. Crime 101, don't go through the camera's path. These are pictures of Paul out and the diving teams. Paul in a lengthy discussion with the rescuers. Like this I find strange as well, because we're talking about a situation where Paul is not under investigation, and like, could you imagine like if it turned out that someone was involved and they'd been allowed to just sort of be part of the search and rescue team and talk to the police in this way? It would be strange, wouldn't it? So that is either a nod in the box of Paul is innocent because the police would not have this happening, or a nod in the box of what are the police doing. So the Friends are unhappy with the search area tourists. Let's cover this. A friend of missing Nicola Bulley said an influx of visitors to the search area made it feel like a tourist spot. The 45-year-old mother of two went missing 12 days ago. Heather Gibbons said the family understood human nature, but some people have been turning up to do personal social media things. What? Oh, I mean, I don't like this this gating of public behaviour, this like you should and shouldn't behave like this. Like, I understand ethics, I understand social demeanour and good behaviour, but also we're talking about a missing persons case that could potentially be a crime, in my opinion. The police don't seem to think that, but I think it could. And it's not just human nature, but don't you want people helping you to search for her? And so, you know, sharing it on social media. I think what the accusation here is to do personal social media things is they see it as like vultures feeding on a, well, that's a bad example, isn't it? They see it as like seagulls catching sardines from the trawler. Like, people are just like rats turning up to get a bit of money themselves through doing a social media news thing, and actually this is someone's partner and it's someone's mom, and you should be more compassionate. But all the news people are okay to be there. It's okay for all the news people to be there. It's okay for the Independent and the Daily Mail and that woman to sit on the bench and we'll take a photo of her, and the BBC, and you're talking to the BBC to do this article about this thing on the media. That's okay. That's your personal choice, Heather Givens. You've talked to the media, but other people aren't allowed to turn up and take a photo on their phone, and like, you know, it just seems really like hypocritical to me in a way. That Heather Gibbons, if she wants it to not be, you know, a big thing like this, then maybe she shouldn't talk to the BBC about it. Police warned they would not tolerate harmful speculation and online abuse. Obviously, no one will tolerate online abuse. That's intolerable, isn't it? We don't want to be like, we rib Darkside Phil, we rip him. We have a bit of like, hopefully there's some creativity and wit in that, and it's not just like, fuck you, you chuffer, fuck you, you chuffer. It's not like, we're not like, you know, abusing people in that way. Detraction is different from abuse, and we shouldn't tolerate online abuse, I don't think. But harmful speculation, I mean, perceptions on harm can be discussed, and speculation. The police warned they would not tolerate speculation. Does that say? Is that what that says? Because, like, I shouldn't invite trouble from the police here, but can't they go and get fucked? Like, aren't people allowed to speculate? The police aren't going to tolerate it. Like, we're not in that sort of state. That's not what their job is. The police, I want them to go about doing their wonderful job, you know, serving and protecting the public. I think they do a wonderful job. Like, and in terms of like capturing criminals and stuff, I hope they do a good job on this one. Like, that's what we're hoping for, isn't it? Miss Gibbons said, the truth is, if we look at it factually, no one knows until we have some evidence. And that's what we're looking for, isn't it? Some evidence. We're also not at the crime scene. We're having to go on what some people say who were at this, I said crime scene, you know, the scene. Have they found any Nicola footprints in the dirt? You see, do you know what I mean? I would be examining this area. I'm not there, so I can't. But if there are people in the area that can, I think it's a public space. And if you're not going to section it off as a crime scene, like, you've got two choices here. You say, as the police, we section it off as a crime scene and you, the public, cannot come in here. We are going to deal with this crime scene. Or you allow the public to go in the public space. The end. Like, no amount of, oh, it's hurting the family, and it's like tourism, sad tourism. Like, if you want to go on holiday to Praia de Luz to see where Madeleine McCann got kidnapped, or didn't get kidnapped, or whatever, like, you can go there, can't you? Like, no one's going to thought police you into not being a, like, gruesome tourist. Like, it might seem a bit gruesome to some people, it might seem a bit, like, soon, but this has happened, it's on the news. People are going there with social media. This is the modern world now. It's not that... This is a phenomenon we have to accept in a way. People don't like it when the cameras are being pointed all the time, but you're under CCTV. Like, Nicola's been caught on CCTV several times, thank God, because, like, it's a part of the ability to track where she's been in this case. But she's got her own phone on her own camera on her phone, and we've all got our own camera on our phone now, and we're all able to broadcast and share ideas in different ways. Like, freedom of information in this way, not Freedom of Information Act, I want to know what files you've got on me, but free sharing of information in this way is quite important, isn't it? Certainly, I think it might be an advantage in certain aspects when we're looking at cases like this. And yeah, it seems weird for me to be reading mainstream media and to be told that independent media, essentially, people with their phone, personal social media things, and it's not personal social media, is it? Social media is not just for you. Like, a personal media thing would be, oh, I've come down and I've taken a photograph and then I've got that on my phone, I show it to my mates. But personal social media things, she means put it on their Facebook. That's social media, that's media. Like, you know, you can put a nicer heading on it, I can have a nicer logo, and I can wear my smarter clothes, and we can bring it you on the hour every hour. It's the same thing. Like, the more posh I go with it and the better cameras I get, the more legitimate I am. I'm suddenly ITV News and you can just shut up and shove off. But before then, I wasn't allowed to do it because I was personal social media. Like, I'm a media producer saying this, but you know what I mean. You're a person with a phone. If there's something happened in your local area and you want to go and take a video of it, I think you should be okay with that. Like, I think that should be okay. And like, if the police aren't sectioning it off as a crime scene, saying this is not a crime scene, then I think you should be okay going there for a walk and taking some video. Like, I think that should be fine. If someone was able to find something, then it might lead to Nicola's discovery, whatever's happened to her. That would be wonderful, wouldn't it? Like, if I'd lost the person close to me and I was hoping to find them, I think I might encourage people to come down and like help and search and look. And if the police, I would be like angry. The police aren't making this a crime scene. They're not searching through this with a fine-tooth comb. So we're going to do our own organised search, disorganised search. But please, I can't do this on my own. I need your help, sort of thing. This is a photograph that, you know, I find a little bit troubling. Again, like, they're in the mud. The lead detective's got his suit on and he's got his shoes on because he's a detective in his suit and shoes. But the other people are wearing, like, you know, this guy, the diver's wearing his proper clothes. And then dog walk friend, this is a friend of his, a family friend here. She's got, I think, more like boots trainers. He's got his smart Converse trainers. Are they the dog walking trainers for the mud, are they? He looks a bit dressed up. He's got his shades with him, and I don't know. I find it a bit eerie. Miss Bulley's partner, Paul Ansell, earlier visited the spot where police believe she fell into the river, except the divers don't think that, only the police do. He spent about 10 minutes on the riverbank near the bench where her phone was found, still connected to a works team call. It's almost like, you know, the guy said about him grieving, yeah, about the grieving, like, it's almost like he is grieving, isn't it? Like, or wants us to appear, I don't know, like, I'm going to say it from both sides. I'm only going to be allowed to speculate on the internet. You know, someday that we won't even be allowed to do that, apparently. But at the moment, I think I can. If he's innocent, and I know how I would feel if I was innocent, I'd be crawling that area for signs of anything. A hair grip, you know, something that indicated she'd gone off this way, or this way. And if they're telling me she's not in the river, I'm looking elsewhere. But, you know, wandering about, talking to the people there, and then sort of spending 10 minutes hanging out by the riverbank where her phone was found. The Wire Council leader joined calls for the area not to become a morbid tourist destination. He said negative comments and speculation were not helpful. Well, obviously not. And negative things are not helpful. And urged people to stay away from the scene because it was distasteful to the family. Well, yes and no. I mean, I don't think the family are out there at that park, are they? Like, I don't think they're out there. And I don't think they want to go out there, do they? And I think if you see public people in a park, then, like, that's not distasteful. Like, it's just... I think that's a bit unfair. If I was in... I get it. People are going to be interested, morbid curiosity. Like, people slow down when they see a car accident, don't they? Like, they do, don't they? Like, that's not nice. Like, I'm not saying, oh, when next time you see a car accident, you should take photos, put them on Facebook. I'm not saying that. I think that would be distasteful. You know, tag the family in it. That's distasteful. Slowing down and looking, I don't think you can stop it. So, yeah, there's a spectrum there. I don't know where the lines are quite drawn, but I know it sounds like I'm quite polite, ethical, kind. Don't think you should hurt people's feelings and stuff. But on another aspect of it, I think we're talking about public space and about public freedoms, and whether someone's feelings outweigh, like, because at some point people don't give a shit about your feelings. Like, we don't give a shit about the people who are dying in Turkey today, do we? And we don't give a shit about the Syrians who we bombed. I kind of do. I feel sad for them, but, you know, not everyone does. Do you know what I'm saying? So people's feelings don't often come into account for, like, big things like that when, like, blowing them up. So taking a look at a park, I don't know if that is, like, being really distasteful. They're allowed to look in the park anyway. The police are allowed to look in the park, but they're not looking in the park. He said the people of Wire are all genuinely shocked by what's happened. So, there you go. I don't really care what the mayor says. This is Heather. Heather's had a photo taken for this. She said the speculation was incredibly hurtful as she speculated online about what happened. She said, we'll be taking a strong line on that. Rah, 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 rah. This is the BBC. So I've covered that, what I think about that, which is that morbid curiosity tourist, I find it like a sort of social bullying tactic to say police can't behave, people can't behave in a certain way. Obviously, you can be respectful while you're there taking your photos. You don't have to go there with like your, we're not going to be camping out having a Nicola Bulley RIP party, are we? Or with our Nicola Bulley masks on, taking a swim in the river. No, we're not doing that. But if you wanted to go there walking your dog and like, video a bit of it on your phone and try and see some stuff, like, who can stop you? I don't know. I think that's beside the point as well. And I think the real point is section it off, make it a crime scene, do your fucking job. Don't just get cross about people turning up. If you want to police them for turning up, police them for turning up, see where that goes. It seems unfair that the mainstream media can make an article with photos of Nicola in it and pictures of the people walking there. That you're allowed to do it. Unnamed BBC reporter, you're allowed to do it. Okay. Let's have a look at the families then, because these people have come out and spoken in public to the news story, like people. Like they're on the news, like mainstream, so we can talk about that, can't we? I'm allowed to do that. Like, God help us all. This is the family, they're stuck in a nightmare.
If I'm being honest, I just can't. If I'm being honest, it feels like I'm just stuck in a nightmare. We're going round and round in circles, trying to piece together what could have possibly happened. And we've just got to keep such an open mind with everything.
I've got real troubling body language. I'm going to do some body language off the cuff as we go.
Happened.
One of the troubling pieces of body language I've got here is that she's looking off to the side here. Can you see this? She's looking off to the side. She's not looking at the cameraman and the people that she's talking to. This man in the middle, Nicola's father, is looking straight on at, I assume, the person who's asking the questions. Like, straightforward, looking at the person who's asking the questions. See what his wife's doing? See what his wife's doing? She's looking down over here. She's sort of looking at... This is their other daughter, I think it is. Nicola's sister. She's sort of looking at Nicola's sister while she's talking, but she's not looking up at her eyes while she's talking. She's also looking across her husband, like checking him, keeping him in her eye line. It's like she's keeping an eye how everyone is. Like, you see what I'm saying? Like the way the mother's looking. He's looking straight on, dealing with shit. She's worried about how he's feeling and, conscientiously looking out for people. I think she's doing something slightly different here. She's what they call... I don't know what they call exactly, but like she's checking on people's reaction to what she's saying. She's checking on people's situation and behaviour in the conversation. She's looking and keeping an eye on her parents here while she's delivering her speech, which I think is a little bit sus.
Circles, trying to piece together what could have possibly happened. And we've just got to keep such an open mind with everything because...
We've just got to keep such an open mind with everything, and she's like over there, like looking at them, delivering this information. We've got to keep an open mind. At the same time, she's got these shades on her head and the big fringe. Like this is like a desire to cut. Like you're not wearing your shades for the interview, yeah? Like you're not wearing them for the interview, and like the big fringe might already be down in front of your eyes. Like it's hiding, covering. You're not wearing the shades, but you've got them there, hiding, covering, cover up the face. That's a bad sign. It feels a bit strange as a choice to have those shades up there, but...
We just have no idea where she is.
No idea where she is, she says. And just to go frame by frame there, she says it with a smile. And almost surprised. We can't see her eyebrows. But you see how, look, when she's talking, we have no idea, and she's checking. Her dad's actually nodding along to this now. Or at least moving his head. It's not perfectly nodding, but nodding and then maybe shaking a bit. That's almost like a look of surprise that she's given there. No idea where she is. And then there's a smile as well that comes as she says it. It's like Jupiter's delight. And it's also like checking on her dad. And her dad at this point, you see, he's doing the side eye to her. He's doing the side eye to her. Like he's looking at her, but without looking at her. You know? Like this, I'm just giving you a layman's body language, although I'm quite an experienced body language read. I used to have a body language channel. It went quite well. I don't like this. I find it a bit sus. I'll just say that. I just don't like it. Like this checking on each other while you're talking. This smile when you say that no one knows what's happened to her. Like that wouldn't make me smile. Maybe it's uncomfortable. Maybe it's anxiety. Maybe it's this. Maybe it's that. I've not got a baseline. I'm just telling you. You know, I say it's like catchphrase. You know, say what you see.
It's like she's just vanished into thin air.
It's like she's just vanished into thin air. And again, this. Like, you know, what she looks like is if you caught some people doing something naughty and one of them was going to tell you this bullshit lie, and like at the same time they're checking on other people to make sure they believe them and checking on the response at the same time, you know, like it just feels really like that's what it feels like. And this vanishing into thin air is exactly what Paul said. Like, we're going to come on to Paul obviously in a minute, but he uses the exact same terminology, and we saw it in the press earlier, didn't we? It was a quote, and it's quoted from here in these people, this vanished into thin air aspect of it. Me personally, if I'm looking for someone like, this is going to sound a bit fucked up, right? I can only reflect on my actual experience of actually looking for someone who I thought was missing once. If you'd have said to me, what's going on? I'd have said, they went to work, then they went home, but they didn't arrive home, and in between work and home, I don't know where they've gone. And like something's happened to them. Like they have either decided to disappear, like willfully, you know, driven off somewhere, but their car's still here, and this, you know, or something's happened, like someone's grabbed them, or like, you know, something's happened. That's what I would say. I'd be worried about that, and I'd be on it, like about that. Like I'm not. You can say to me what's happened. I say they vanished into thin air. It's like an excuse. It's like a. Could you believe it? Like, you know, aliens could have took her. Who can say? Who can say? Do you remember Bubble in that? In Who Can Say? In Absolutely Fabulous. Who can say? Like, it's like you wouldn't. I wouldn't go to. They vanished into thin air. It's like, give me a reason why they're not there. Or they could have vanished into thin air. No, they couldn't. Give me an actual reason. But it's like they could have. Like it's like they did. Like, where are they? There's a different thing. They have CCTV at their home, meaning he'd have been seen leaving after Nicola went out. He might have been seen leaving after Nicola went out. He might have, or he might know about the CCTV at his home and gone out a different door, or someone else might have gone out and done something. He might not. There may be ways around committing a crime if you're not the only one that wants to commit the crime. Let's carry on with this.
There's no evidence to point us in any direction.
There's no evidence to point us in any direction, which is something that Paul also says. That said, I'm not saying that it's a big smile, but it appears that she's smiling. I'm not going to say it as I see it, yeah? Just saying it's not horrible conjecture on the internet. This is the interview they have given. I'm watching it and reacting. That's what normal people do on the internet. Sorry about that.
Obviously, my hope is that she's still out there. Something's happened.
Obviously, my hope is... And she tapped herself on the chest. It's like... It wasn't like the reassuring motion. It wasn't a reassuring motion. It's almost like if you tag someone, you're it. Like, you're it. Like, you know, tap you on the head.
In any direction. Obviously, my hope is that she's still out there. Something's happened and she's... I don't know, needed to take herself off for whatever reason, and
something's happened, and she swallows that, and I don't know, needs like this is all a bit disconnected. I'm disconnecting it by stopping and starting it as well. Sorry.
We just want a home. We need her home. Her children need a home. It's just absolutely heartbreaking.
That I believe the bit at the end is heartbreaking. Yeah. I think these two are feeling that heartbreak. But is it heartbreaking because you're worried? Yes. But is it heartbreaking because you think she's dead? I don't know, there's 8 minutes of this. I don't know if I do the full 8 minutes here. 8 minutes might turn into like 80 minutes. I think I do a bit more on this. Like, I don't want to get hit by copyright as well, but I'm going to do a bit more on this interview, and then I'm going to jump to the Paul Ansell one, and then we're going to finish on the facts, and then we might come back to this with whatever time we've got left in today's episode, which could be a little, you know, a little while.
What's the last week been like as a father?
So then they move to her father. Like, he purses his lips, shakes his head. He doesn't want to. What he is he doesn't want to. I think he feels quite emotional. What he doesn't want to do, like pursing the lips, shaking the head like that, is like saying, "Please don't ask me this and take me there. Like, I'm not comfortable with this." Why would you be? Why would you be? It's very honest body language that I'm accepting, but there's. You could also read it and say there's something he doesn't want to say here. I wonder if they've been arguing or discussing, or, you know, what's been said behind closed doors before the interview. Whether maybe he doesn't want to do the interview in the first place, and they've said, no, you have to do the interview because we're trying to find her. Like, you know, innocent, guilty. I'm not going to do all the conjecture over her father right here and right now, but like, I'm saying he doesn't want to do this, and why would you? And then there's this like look of almost surprise, which I find a much more honest piece of body language there, because like he doesn't know what to say, because like what have you, you know, how can you? Like,
it's been very difficult, as from last Friday morning to date. It's just been so painful. We're such a close-knit family. We talk to each other, both our children, Louise.
There's a lot of head shaking going on.
And Nicola and the children every day. There's not a day goes by without talking to them.
I think the head shaking, you could read it as incongruent with what he's saying. Like, we are doing this, we talk to each other all the time. No, we don't. No, we don't. Like, you know, shaking the head. But you could, and his wife's sort of looking off and away while this is happening. But I also could read this as saying, like, I'm confused. Like he's saying we talk to them every day. Like it's like you're looking for something, you're trying to find something, and like, you know, where is it? What could it be? Like, it could be that sort of thing.
And this has just emptied our lives at the minute. We just feel so empty. You know, we appreciate everything that everyone's doing to find her. The police have been brilliant. The local community has been outstanding. And it's just comforting from that point of view. But at the end of the day, we
notice as well, both women are now turned in and watching him. Like, I think they're worried about him. You know, definitely that. I think both women are worried about him. I think we can say that.
Just want her back.
On that.
And we just want her back is like the conclusion to that. And his wife mirrors his first expression of like tight-lipped. They both turn away at the same time as well. Yeah, there's some mirroring going on. Like, they are a close family for sure. I'd say that.
You know, the community spirit.
She's got his hand in her hand there.
It has been unbelievable in a very
nice cutaway.
It's just given us hope that someone might find something.
That's, you know, they're going on these two. It's basically the parents in the rest of it, isn't it? It's like the father, and he's doing a lot more of the talking.
But it's just routine, and you know, we're just baffled by it.
And a lot of head shaking, which the baffled statement makes sense. You know, if he wasn't talking, if you hadn't got any volume on this, and you just watched him doing this, you'd say, what sort of feelings has this man got going on in his head? Like, you'd probably like baffled. Oh, there's her talking again. I'll get her talking in a second. Like, baffled, you'd probably say, you know, kind of fits here, doesn't it, with this chuffer, this poor chuffer. Like, he doesn't look very confident. He looks a bit confused, a bit sad, shaking his head, disoriented. Yeah, that all seems to fit. That all seems fine. What was she saying again over here?
We've really appreciated it, and everyone that's been involved, that someone might find something that could give us that little clue to what might have happened.
We just need something. We're nearly a week on tomorrow, and we're just going around in circles. It's like
She said, we just need a lead. And she stopped herself from saying that.
something. We're nearly.
To what might have happened.
We just need something.
I don't know what's going on there, right? I really don't like this. Am I in the way? You've got to, with these interviews, Red, believe it or not, they do have body language experts analysing them. They won't tell you, but they do. I hope they do. The thing about body language, right? Just saying Nicola come home, caught her sister and him own effect. Yeah, like Susan, I think I want to throw that sort of stuff out there as well. I do. So I think I'm going to get onto that in a minute. Like the body language thing, first of all, quickly I'll say, there is no qualification in body language. Just like that diver who turned up and did the diving, yeah, and like he's an expert in diving because he does diving. Like he's not like the police will say thank you and yes, but there's no. I can't go to university and study body language and get a body language qualification. I can't be a doctor of body language. Like there are people who work in the field who maybe have a psychology degree. Like I've got psychology at A level, or studies in social psychology is studied at university but didn't get dropped out. So I don't qualify in that sense. But no one has a qualification in body language. So you can be a body language expert, yes, and so can I. And like it's about validity in terms of who gives a good account, who the police maybe find to be reliable. And I guess a psychology degree in some aspects would probably give more validity and reliability to that. But that's still a psychology degree and not a body language degree. So yeah, it's interesting. They probably do have body language people analysing it, and that's what I'm doing now in a way. I'm not doing big extensive a video on the body language of, but I'm giving you a sort of rough read, I guess, but still counts. And yeah, like Susan saying, just say Nicola came home and caught her sister with him having an affair. Like, could you imagine that? Like that would kick. Like then you would have all sorts of internal family struggle, wouldn't you, and conflict going on. Things that people think they know and don't want to say, and the sister here, the smile, right? We just caught her saying, we just need a lead, and she didn't want to say lead with a big smile. It's a bit weird, isn't it? It's a bit weird. I'll tell you, there's a number of reasons it's a bit weird.
Something.
Clue to what might have happened.
We just need something.
We just need a lead. We just need something.
What might have happened.
We just need something. We're nearly a week on.
So we just need a lead. We just need something. I'll scroll it back to where she's the smiling there. I don't like the smiling. You know, it could be anxiety or what have you, but I don't like the smiling. And we just need a lead. But I don't want to say lead. Why wouldn't you say lead? Oh, of course, there's a piece of important evidence, isn't there? The dog lead and the harness. So having that on your mind and saying that, it might be that you don't want to say it. Why would you want to say it? Like, it's what detectives look for, isn't it? In your true crime stories. And, you know, I'm on the internet true crime now today, aren't we, in essence? Well, I don't know, it's not officially a crime. True missing person is not a crime. But like the idea of having leads, detectives, that's like sensational stories. Like, she could be smiling, not because she's done anything bad, but maybe she's actually, like they were saying about this ulterior motive that the diver had to be in the news, to be a big chuffer. You know, maybe she's enjoying being in the spotlight. Maybe like the lead is like a detective on the telly, isn't it? Like, you know, just need a lead. I mean, I'm pretty sure that the detectives from the Lancashire Police Force have not come in there and said, we just need a lead. I'm on it, you know, like, but maybe that word has been bandied around, I don't know, but she didn't want to say lead, and it gave her a concern to smile, a reason to smile. So maybe it's just the way you say lead and things, maybe it makes you sad. I find that troubling. I find it troubling the way her mother is like checking her, like looking at her like in a stern way at the same time. You know, I find some of the body language of the rest of the family a bit troubling as well, a bit troubling. You know, I'm not sure about the father. Like I said, it could ring true, but I'm not certain. Like whether he's totally baffled or whether there's things he wants to say that he's not going to say. You know, when they said they're a close family, maybe that's a way of saying, we're not going to tell you, you know, you chuff off, this is our family business. And certainly, you know, you watch Emmerdale, like, I know it's a soap opera, but people in little villages, like, you know, like you said, she's off on the school run, she's supposed to be walking the dog, she come home early, who's in bed with who here? What's going on? And then, like, you know, what's going to happen now? And, like, I don't know, like, those things could happen. Like, they're actually legit things that could happen. So let's have a look at Paul. This is Paul Ansel, isn't it?
Talking to you at such a difficult time, just tell us your thoughts and emotions at the moment.
I don't really have anything to say other than what the family said yesterday.
Tell me your thoughts and emotions. I don't really have any.
Emotions at the moment.
I don't really have any.
I don't really have any. Sorry, I got it turned down.
Talking to you at such a difficult time, just tell us your thoughts and emotions at the moment.
I don't really have any.
I don't really have any. Tell me your thoughts and emotions at this difficult time when, like, this was just the other day, wasn't it? She's like missing, a week gone, missing. What are your thoughts and emotions? I don't have any. Right?
Anything to say other than what the family said yesterday.
I don't have anything to say other than what the family said yesterday, Your Honour, officer. My statement is no comment, but I can't come out and say no comment, so I don't have any. I don't have anything to say. I don't like that. Shifty as fuck.
My whole focus is the two girls. Just staying as strong as I can for them. I'm scared that if I...
He's scared that if I... don't go there. Is it that if he's scared that if he breaks down and starts crying, he won't stop crying, he's worried and all that? Like, that would imply this grief, and that's okay. But also that implies acceptance that she's gone forever. Either left him and disappeared, or, like, we need to talk about these sort of things as well. Like, and I suppose we might as well talk about them here now while we're doing this. If someone's missing, you would be crying, yeah, but distraught, crying, worried for them, worried about them, yeah, that's true. I wanted to put this into context as well. What if she decided to leave of her own accord? Like, no one's really shouting that up as an option. Hello, Snood, big ups. We're rolling towards, that being said, big party night tonight, aren't we? So I'm doing some open case true crime that is definitely speculation, but the police told me in the media, not the police literally, but the police in the media have told us you're not to do this bad speculation, and it's bad, so I'm doing it. Fuck the police. Yeah, it could be that this woman has disappeared. Hello, Rudy and the dogs as well. How you doing? It could be that she's decided of her own volition to say, look, I don't like living with my husband anymore. I'm off with the farmer down the road, or I'm off with the postman, or whoever. Do you know what I mean? She could have driven the kids to school and said, fuck it, I've had enough of this, and gone off and lived her life. But no one's suggesting that, are they? She's either in the river, or maybe she's been, like, you know, other people think, the public thinks something dark could have happened, the police won't entertain it, or she could be in the river. But why can't she have just left him? Why can't she have decided, like, if you're a man with your wife, I suppose you would probably confidently feel that's not happened because your relationship and the strength of your relationship. But there would be part of me that would be insecure and say, look, you know, she's been gone for a week now, I'm really worried, but I have to face the opportunity that, like, I have to face the opportunity, the option that she's decided to leave me, and, like, I'm in this shit position. But in that case, wouldn't you be taking this opportunity? The Daily Mirror are interviewing you. This is your interview for the media. So what are you going to do? You're going to say, I hope to God she's okay. I want to live in that world. They're looking in the river. They haven't found her. Nicola, if you're out there, honey, just come home. The kids need you. I need you. If you're out there, just come home. If you have Nicola, I'm going to come and find you, and I'm going to pull your eyes from your head and, like, stuff them up your bum. Ooh, you're a bad chuffer. Ooh, you naughty chuffer. If you've got Nicola and she's kidnapped and you've got her, I'm coming. I don't know where to look, but when I find you, ooh, I'm going to be cross. I will cancel your subscription to the Beano. That's how cross I'll be. I'll take your old Beano books and I'll tear the pages out. Oh, I'll be cross. That thing with the eyes, that was quite harsh, and I don't want to get binned off the internet. However, I am talking about like murder and stuff. So, yeah, dog walker gone missing. I'd be appealing, wouldn't I? Where's Nicola? Let's find Nicola, bring her home. Was it the dog's lead that was with the harness? I assumed it was only the harness that was found. I don't know exactly. Good question. Shanquella Robson. I'll copy that and put it into... I'll take this chat as it comes, and then I'm definitely following this chuffer. Heartbreaking details, 20 hours ago. It's in America. I'll tell you what, in America, she's a businesswoman. Oh, so she's like a high flyer who's been done murdered. Sad that she's been... It's sad that she's been done murdered. No, I haven't. We'll look into it another time, because I'm going to stay on this. Not going to get not derailed. But thanks. That's interesting. Was the dog's lead? They never mentioned the dog's lead, Susan says. So we've got the dog's harness has been found. The dog is off the harness and running around, but the lead itself was not found. Because I would say, right, if I'd murdered my... Oh God, I'm going down this road a bit now. If I'd murdered my wife, like if my wife had been supposed to be off, she's not his wife, she's just a partner. She's off doing the dog walk, and you're in bed with her sister, or whatever. Yeah, you decided that you prefer the sister better, and there's some kerfuffle. Like, you might make it look like she's still been on the dog walk. Like, okay, you've got CCTV of her not coming home. Maybe she didn't come home. You know, maybe you've arranged for her not to come home. Maybe you yourself have not done it. Maybe someone else that looks like her has gone out on the walk, though, and let the dog off. Maybe someone that looks like her has gone out, you know, in her coat and let the dog off the lead, and then just come home, leave the phone there. These things may happen. Like, people's recollection, the witnesses then come into it, and the witnesses just say they saw her because they recognise her. They're out walking the dog. They didn't say, like, I don't know, I haven't got the witness statements, but some of the witnesses might have said, oh, you know, we stood and talked for 10 minutes. I saw her. Or they could have said, I was walking the dog, she was over there on the other side of the field, I recognised her by her blue coat. You know, they could have said that. So we don't know exactly where we're going here. There's a bigger cover-up. Oh, cool. In America as well, right? In America, you have, like, murder central, isn't it? Murders left, right and centre. People are always popping each other off. Pop, pop. Oh, you're gone. Pop. Been popped with the old gun. Pop with the old gun. I'm dead now. That's always going on. In the UK, that doesn't happen so often. And this sort of stuff, when people give an interview, because this is her fella, he's giving his interview, she's missing. This doesn't happen as much. So in the UK, it's a bit more of a thing. Although the news stories are allowed to cover it, and apparently us people are not. But
my whole focus is the two girls. Just staying as strong as I can for them. I'm scared that if I put any focus into anything else, it's going to take my, focus off that. So I've got to be very careful.
Got to be very careful, he said. Be very careful not to break down and cry and, not be there for the girls, yes. But also, I've got to be very careful. You certainly have got to be very careful, haven't you? Yes. I would argue as well, your entire energy is focused on the children. Essentially, you're saying they're my two girls. Okay, two girls is a funny choice of language, because if it's your children, I might say my children. But two girls, like, if you were having a relationship with two people, you might say my thought, I'm having to juggle two girls. You might say that. So it's a funny choice of language. And the idea that your full attention should be on the two girls, meaning the children, is not entirely correct here, is it? Because your missus is missing. So, like, I might actually, and this is just me, just putting it out there, but I might say, look, these kids, they're worried about their mom, right? Nan and granddad, the parents, the mother and father, like, their nan and grand, her mother and father, Nicola's mother and father, you're also worried. You're all worried. Take care of the kids. Make sure they think, like, we're on holiday. Tell them mummy and daddy are on holiday, and that you've got to look, just do that, whatever, yeah? I'm going to be out in the woods looking for, Nicola. I'm going to be out in the town. I'm going to ask everyone, have you seen her? Do you know if she's been having an affair? Do you know if anyone's been seeing anything? Like, give me her phone. Let me go through it if you're not going to keep it police, because it's not a criminal investigation, apparently. Right? I'm going to be out there doing that. And, like, pleading on the internet, pleading on the have you seen Nicola? Da, 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 da. My attention would actually be finding Nicola. Like, even to the extent where she might have been kidnapped or this and that, finding Nicola. I don't know if I'd be like so afraid of breaking down in tears that I couldn't have to focus on I just have to focus on my kids.
Just hoping to goodness that anything comes out from the interview yesterday, no matter how tiny.
Just hoping to goodness that anything comes out while he shakes his head. So this is a problem, because he's saying, I just got to hope that something comes... What do you mean something comes out? Something comes out. When you're looking for clues, searching for evidences, you're hoping to find something. Something comes up. Something, is found. Something comes out implies that it's being hidden. Oh, the truth will come out eventually, won't it? The truth will come out.
It's going to take my, focus off that. So I've got to be very careful. Just hoping to goodness that anything comes out from the interview yesterday, no matter how tiny. Just say a massive thank you to the community, friends, for everything that they're doing. It's absolutely incredible. I just can't.
He does seem a little bit like he might cry, but also he doesn't cry.
Believe that we're a week on, and as yet, it seems like we're no further on. It just seems...
We're no further on gets a micro expression, which he covers with like a sniff of his nose. He's pinching here and smiling, like he's sort of sniffing, but that's a micro expression. Like, he's taking his little mental break from what he's saying there, and just like eyes going off into the distance almost. But bit of a manic look, bit of a scary manic look. But the pinching of the nostrils here indicates some contempt. Like, that's what disgusting. Like, he might just be sniffing. I might have got this wrong. He might just have a bit of a runny nose. But also, there's a small smile again. Like, that's definitely a turn up at the sides of the mouth. There's all this shaking of the head as well. Like, it would be nice if he came across well, but he doesn't come across particularly well here. So if you're talking about wanting there to be online conjecture and conspiracy theories and not wanting them to be, I would come out and I'd be like so... I'm just trying to think what I would be like if I was missing someone and like hoping they were okay and trying to find them. Like, he seems obsessed by the idea she's gone in this river, and like he's already got it into his head that she's dead, hasn't he? Which is kind of weird.
And as yet, it seems like we're no further on. It just seems absolutely impossible. Just like a dream.
We've got another one there as well. You shouldn't do this if you're gonna do this. What's that? What's that? A look of fear, surprise. It's like eyes toward the river. Like, is that because he's scared she's in the river? It could be scared that she's in the river. It could be that, or it could be scared that they find something, or like.
It just seemed absolutely impossible.
It seems impossible. What seems impossible? As well, this is like, I really don't like, that's a DSP-ism, but we should do DSP. The problem with DSP is, like, he just is, like, every signal of deceit all at once, all the time. To the point where he's got a rash from the anxiety of, like, when you have to be two different things, when you have to, like, when you're living a natural life and you're just telling people the honest things that you think, it's very freeing, it's very relieving, it's very relaxing in a way. Like, you feel a certain sense of, like, it's the opposite to having to keep something in and go, oh no, yeah, no, it's fine. Really, yeah, no, it's fine. Oh, inside I fucking hate this. Like, as a human, to have two ideas in your head at once, to be able to pretend one thing and not. If you ever worked in customer service, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. It can be really stressful, and all you're doing is like dealing with people that you don't give a shit about. Like, no offense to some of the people I dealt with in customer service roles, but come on, like, come on. I don't really mind, like, either way. Like, I remember once I worked at a supermarket and I forgot to give this guy his cash back on a transaction, and so he was like back and he was angry, like, because he wanted to get in his car and go, and you've done my shopping, like, you can give me the £50 cash back, and I was like, I didn't charge you for it, so you're square, like, you just don't have the £50 you want. And he was like, yeah, but I wanted the cash back, and like, so I was like, okay, I opened the till and I just gave him 50 quid, and like, then he left. Like, that was a good one. Like, what do I care? It's the supermarket's money. He got 50 quid. Like, there we go. Like, job solved. But if you don't care about stuff, if you're relaxed, like, if you're trying to hold something in, it's more of a, like, Phil is an example. Like, you get anxiety, you get stress, and that stress has to show itself some way. They say it's like the mask slipping or a bit of a crack, Phil thinks he's anxious because he has to pay bills, but he's consistently paid those bills with these donations, and now he's got to the point where you've got members which covers the bills. Like, it's almost more certain, and he's at the point where he's gambling things on that mobile game, like throwing money away on that mobile game, and I don't think he feels stressed about the things that he tells us he feels stressed about. I think secretly he feels stressed that Kat's going to leave him, his health is going to fail him, and that he has to maintain this visage of comfort online, this visage of like, it's always, I'm feeling good about myself and things are going well, thank you. And this is going well, and this is fine as a meme, this is fine where everything's burning. That's Phil, that's this guy as well. Like, this is fine, it's obviously not fine, like, things are going off in your head, and we're getting little cracks.
It's like a dream, I cannot get my head around.
It's like a dream I cannot get my head around, which, if you were in this situation, it would be like a nightmare that you can't escape from. So you've got the language wrong there in some way.
Any of it.
I mean, you're left sort of trying to make sense of the census, aren't you? It is just such a mystery.
Yeah, it is. There's just every single scenario comes to a brick wall.
Does it though? Every single scenario comes to a brick wall. Okay, I'll give you some scenarios that don't come to a brick wall. One, she's gone off because she just fucking hates you, and she's decided she's had enough of you, and she's having an affair with the milkman, and she's gone off. There's no brick wall there. It's just you don't know where and what, right? So that's not necessarily a brick wall. Now, it doesn't make sense, because you've got her phone left on the bench, and she would care for her kids. Like, she would want, what about a potential, like, the brick wall you found is that, and a brick wall's a strange choice of words as well. It's like, we've bricked this up. Like, if you come to a dead end's a bad choice as well, isn't it? Because dead corpse. That's why I'm saying dead end. Come to nothing, I suppose. I don't know. Bricked it up. Like, I'm feeling that you're, like, not telling me something. I don't know.
Single one of them, and then all we're doing is sitting there going round and round and round, going through every scenario, and then go back to the first scenario again and do the whole thing again. And
this might be what they're doing, but I also find it strange that it's almost like he's describing practicing or rehearsing for something. We go around and around the scenario, and we go back to the start of the scenario again, and then, like, it's like rehearsing for something, isn't it? Like, you might rehearse for a crime, making sure that there are no loose ends and that you've covered every base, and that you've rehearsed, and then you put the crime into action.
And then it's just all day long. That's all we're doing. That's all we're doing.
How are you coping? It must be so difficult. Like you say, you're focusing.
And I thought that was weird, because all we're doing is going round and round and over, and all this sort of stuff. Yeah. Oh, you're banging in chat now as well, shaking his head while saying it. Yeah. Rudy, I can't. Alpacating. I'm trying to put it together as a sentence. The spell, right? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, he's really sus, isn't he? He's really sus. I don't like it. And he said that he was totally focused on his little girls, and on his two girls, is what he said he was totally focused on. And he's got a side of contempt on his face here where I've paused it. We've got that sneer again, whether it's sniffing or snorting, or it's that sneer again. And the idea was that you spent the whole time going over and over scenarios. But a minute ago you said that you had to hold your shit together to deal with your 2 girls. So if you're spending time, like if I was doing stuff with the kids and trying to keep my mind occupied with the kids, you know, I wouldn't be going over and over scenarios. I wouldn't have the time necessarily. But if I don't know, I find that incongruent. But it's more congruent with what I would expect someone who was going through this shit to be doing, going through the scenarios over and over. So there is something positive in that, if that were to be the case.
Is on the girls.
There's a big drawing a breath here and anxiety on the face again. There's like a, you know, fight or flight response. The anxiety of being confronted with these things and anxieties. He might be just feeling genuine anxiety because he's on the news and he thinks people might think he's a chuffer. But in that pause, there's a moment of thought and a big, like he's gone from more relaxed here to drawing in, closing up his neck, like more defensive, a big drawing a breath, flight or flight response again.
Focus is on the girls, then it has to be. But yeah, it must be so difficult.
That might have been anxiety. He's biting his lip here. There's something that doesn't want to come out or he doesn't want to be said. Like, you know, hiding that, biting the lip.
I don't know how I'm coping. I don't even want to actually think about that. Just focus, just like I say, it's just about the girls, that's it. I'm there for them. I don't want to really elaborate on that. Just
shaking his head a lot, doesn't want to talk about this. I understand that he doesn't want to talk about this.
I don't want to take my eye off that.
It must be heartwarming to see the public response. Hundreds of people trying to help.
It's amazing. It is. Right, that is the only thing that we can take is, you know, that level of support is out of this world. It gives us a great amount of comfort knowing that that's going on.
He said it's the only thing we can take. And it gives us a great deal of comfort knowing that that's going on.
We don't have anything else, do we?
Well,
and we don't have anything else, do we? And the big shrug of the shoulders and the smile. This is the worst thing that he could possibly be doing now, look.
I don't want to take my eye off that.
It must be heartwarming to see the public response. Hundreds of people trying to help.
It's amazing. It is. Right, that is the only thing that we can take is, you know, that level of support is out of this world. It gives us a great amount of comfort knowing that that's going on. We don't have anything else, do we?
Well,
what? Look at your face, big laughy smile. We don't have anything else, do we? With a shrug of the shoulders, as if to say, like, well, I don't know, where I didn't. Who does? I don't know. We haven't got it. No one's got any evidence, have they? Like, got away with that one then. Big Jupiter's Delight smile. I want to bring it back to another case that I'll leave that one open so I can look at it later. Bringing it back to Tia Sharp, and the interview was with Stuart Hazel. This is him denying her murder. We're going to actually do an episode on this on Mondays. Thus, we're going to do people like this. This is Debbie's who did denied they were involved in. Like, I need to catch a title for people who did police or TV interviews and denied that they were part of an investigation when it turned out that they in fact had done the crime. That's the catchy YouTube thing, and I'll have a thumbnail with like, you know, this guy's face on it. This is just one of them.
11, something like that, maybe. Because I know she was on about going up to for about, she wanted to get up early. She picked up.
So he is doing an interview where he's saying that he, you know, doesn't know where she is, missing, can you find her? And one of the things that was picked out in the body language analysis of him was that he did a lot of head shaking, a lot of shrugging his shoulders, sort of like, if I've got it on mute now, and I've got it on mute deliberately, because I just want to, you know, just to see him, you know, the way he's behaving. He's looking away, not maintaining the eye contact, which is a negative. But there's all this like shaking of the head, and like it's almost like you're seeing someone bargaining, or, you know, I don't know, mate. I'm not sure, mate. I don't know. Like you get that vibe, you know, that vibe. This, like, I don't know. Well, you know, it's a attempted portrayal of self-innocence, like not knowing anything, not being able to help you with this. Don't ask me. Like, no one was saying, did you do this? They were saying, where is she? What, you know, he was doing his appeal sort of thing. In much the same way here, we've got a very similar, if more brief, display of this.
You don't have anything else, do we? Well,
Well, it looks. I tell you what, if you've not done away with your missus, then that looks fucking awful to be laughing about it in public. The idea that you don't have any evidence.
There's hope.
We're never ever going to.
Serious again now. There's hope. Yeah. Now get this. This one again. It's like I find it very difficult. I'll just say that.
You don't have anything else, do we?
Well, there's hope.
We're never ever going to lose the hope. Of course we're not.
No, we're never ever going to lose the hope. Of course we're not. Never ever going to lose the hope. What do you mean never ever? Like long term now, forever ever. Never ever going to lose the hope. Like, two scenarios. One, okay, 3 scenarios, 4 scenarios, whatever. One scenario, she's gone off on her own and you hope she's going to come back. We're never going to lose hope that she's going to come back. Like, she might just turn up and walk in the door one day. She's gone in the river, she's dead. We're never going to lose hope of what? Like, that's not right. Or, like, I know she's not coming back. And, like Madly I McCann, like, this is never going to go away and people are always going to wonder. We're never going to lose hope. There's an option there as well. Smiling Smirk, Duper's Delight, absolutely Rudy. Yeah, absolutely Rudy. I don't know about spellcasting. I'm not doing any, and we're not playing Harry Potter's transgender problematic transgender politics game. It's not a gender politics game. Don't say that. That's problematic in itself. Let's just carry on with this, Chuff.
But right now, it is as though.
Big lick of the lips here. Big lick of the lips. I'm not 100% what I think about that, so I'm going to ask the internet. Lick of the lips, body language, because I'm pretty sure it means something. And let's just see what it kind of says. It's a sign of anticipation. When we see something we desire, it could mean we're hungry for something. When you're attracted to someone, your mouth produces extra style. I don't think it's like that. I don't quite like that. Anticipation of something we desire. Again. Tight lips may indicate you're planning to keep the truth in, but I don't know about that. Find it a bit troubling. I'm not sure what to make of it. I'll say that. This big lick of the lips. The stare away again, though. This staring away into this either far distance or maybe he's imagining like, you know, okay, here's a piece of conjecture. Is what's life going to be like without her? Well, like I'm going to get on with like shagging that other woman that I wanted to. So big lick of the lips in anticipation of that, looking off into the like distant future, thinking about the future maybe. Maybe not that.
But right now, it is as though she has vanished into thin air.
And then this comment again, which was echoed, wasn't it? Her sister said it's like she's vanished into thin air as well. So whether they've got together and that word has been said over the table and they've both got it in their head or whatever, but they both got the same, she's vanished into thin air. Like they've both been reading from the same hymn sheet there.
Yeah, just insane.
Just insane. It's insane. I'm glad they cut him off there before he made himself look any more guilty, because this shaking of the head. Look at that one. Look at that one. Like we freeze frame Phil to make him look funny sometimes on the bingo, but look at that one. Honest, governor, I didn't do it. I find him troublesome. He may not have done it. He may just have terrible body language in this interview. You know, it may just be that I'm a bad read of body language. I don't know. In my opinion, I find this troublesome. And I'm putting it in the box of, like, I'm just here on the internet reacting to things. You know, vile conjecture that I am. Vile I am. Vile. There's me on the internet if you want to follow me on Informal Films for, like, because that's Twitter where you can be even more vile. But the internet said, the news people said that it's vile conjecture. 11 facts you may not know about the case. This is her friend now. So bear in mind that they really don't want people on Facebook. Look, she's addressed the disgusting comments made about Nicola's partner, Paul Ansell. Detectives said they were open to new information in the case and criticised the totally unacceptable online abuse of people helping their inquiry. In a public Facebook post, another of Nicola's friends, Tilly Ann, also addressed the disgusting comments made about Nicola's partner, Paul Ansell. Like me, I just did that. Disgusting. Tilly said, "We can see the hurt and pain and see how much he's struggling to hold back the tears. He's completely focusing on his girls," again, his girls, "because if he even stops to think about anything else, he will lose it and doesn't want to worry his girls even more than they already are. Just let them having a little stay away with their friends, little holiday with their nan. Don't get them all involved and tell them mummy's missing and like, you know, where's mummy? Just give them a break, keep them unaware of it. This is what I would do. I might be wrong, and then do your damnedest to sort the shit out so that they can live a normal life. Like, I'd be less inclined to be on the media unless it was a find her campaign. I'd be less inclined to be on the media. And there's his face there. You can see his little face there, can't you? His big, quite big face. Quite big face there. I'd be less inclined to be going on all this stuff and more inclined to be like sorting the shit out so that they can live a normal life. It feels like he's given in to the idea that she's not coming back in a way, doesn't it? Doesn't want to worry his girls even more than they already are. Doesn't want to lose it. So Tilly went on to list 11 points she thinks the public should know. So bear in mind, like, you know, we shouldn't be talking about this anymore. We're just online disgusting trolls who I find it funny the way they react to the mainstream media. Like, we don't want we don't want people making accusations on the internet. Like, he just did that. He just did that. I just watched him do that. I just watched him do that interview where he did the laughing and the faces. Do you remember, like, when you were a kid and you were at school and, like, someone would make faces at inappropriate times and then they'd get told off for it? Like, imagine you were in, I don't know, like the choir or the school play and one of them is making faces. "Oi, you, stop making faces. It's inappropriate." Or you're at the funeral and some kid's making faces. "Stop making the faces." We've all seen it somewhere. It's all happened somewhere. He's done it in his interview when he's looking for his missing loved one. It's just sad for him that he's done it at that inappropriate time, but he has. Anyway, these are the things that we shouldn't be talking about, but Tilly should be on the internet, on the Liverpool Echo, talking about these things. So these are the facts from Tilly. Paul and Nicola both mostly work from home, which is why he was at home that day. They have CCTV, and there's a reason why Paul has never been a suspect. Family and friends need these accusations to stop immediately. The fact that I've had to write this is disgusting, to be honest. Sorry, Tilly makes me laugh. She likes the word disgusting, doesn't she? She's disgusted by all of this, really. By all of us common people making our comments. Disgusting people troughing at the I don't know what you'd say. I don't want to call Nicola Bulley's story, like, you know, slurry or anything, but troughing at the slurry of the story. Troughing at, like, we're normal people who, quite honestly, I'd like to see Nicola Bulley found or home, or the people that have murdered her brought to account. I'd rather see that. Probably I'd rather see that more than the police, who haven't launched a crime inquiry as to murder at this stage. I hope they do. They both do this walk regularly. Hang on, wait. I'm moving on from fact one. Paul and Nicola both work from home. That's a fact. Okay. They have CCTV. Fair enough. There's a reason why Paul has never been a suspect. What is that reason? Why has Paul never been a suspect? They've got CCTV. Oh, is that the reason? Because I've got CCTV on my front door, I can never be a suspect because I can't go out the back door. Is that what the reason is? I can never be a suspect because I can't climb out the window, or like... Is that what it is? Or because I've got my own CCTV that I'm in control of that didn't catch me doing the crime, then I'm okay? Or is that just implicit from the sentence? Because they say there's a reason why he's never been a suspect, but they don't say what the reason is. I'd like to know what the reason is. Maybe he has got himself a good solid alibi, and maybe someone else, has done the crime. Like, I don't know, do I? It could be someone completely not connected to the family. That could be the case. Paul might not be involved at all. These ideas about, like, affairs and, this soap opera-esque level of stuff might not be true, but I'd like to know why he's not a suspect, why he is innocent, so that we can stop doing all these conspiracy aspersions. You'd just say it, wouldn't you? You'd just say it publicly why you're innocent. Like, I've got this evidence to show that I'm innocent, so I'd just say that publicly. Yeah. If it was me, I'd hope that I'd have it. I don't know what evidence I'd have. I just, don't know what the situation would be, but whatever I did have that would clear my name would be out there in public. Or like I'd probably be honest about everything and open about everything, and that way it could just easily be verified. Yeah. Family and friends need the accusations to stop. They both walk the walk regularly. Paul is very well known in the community and very well recognised. So that is to say that if Paul had been out there murdering her, someone would have seen him and recognised him, she reckons. The dog never has her harness on for a chunk of that walk. It's removed at the gate of the top field and then put back on at the gate when they leave. So there we go, that's cleaned up this thing about the dog. Unless you're lying, Tilly, because I don't know who you are. You're just some woman that wanted to speak into the paper because you're angry. So, you might actually be complicit in this and, like, hiding things. I don't know. This is not the police statement, is it? It's written in the Liverpool Echo, so I should believe it. But the dog never has a harness on for a chunk of the walk. It's removed at the gate and then put back on. So it's normal for the dog to not be in the harness. They very rarely take the ball out for walks with Willow now, because she's very, very protective over the ball. And they haven't done for a while. So you can fuck that ball off, that's gone. Discount that, that's in the bin, according to Tilly. Nicola quite often would put her phone... Sorry, I shouldn't laugh, but it is funny in a way, isn't it? The way, like, she's so serious about this ball. She's very, very protective over the ball, so they haven't took that out for a while. We're not allowed to speculate, but you're allowed to imply very heavily that this ball is not involved. Nicola quite often would put her phone on loudspeaker when talking. That's a fact. Nicola, being a human being with a phone, would put it on loudspeaker. It's not relevant to this case, of course, because Nicola wasn't on the phone talking. But, or was she? Was she on the phone? No, I don't think she was she? So, if she was, she may have put it on loudspeaker, as people sometimes do. Thanks, Tilly. Tilly with the facts. The dog was found very close to the bench and harness. The harness was found on the floor, not on the bench. You fucking get that right, you. I love Tilly's tone. I'm assuming they've just quoted her exactly. Disgusted Tilly is. Remember, disgusted. The dog was found very close to the bench and harness. Was it? I thought it was found in the town, like up the town. The harness was found on the floor, not the bench. Don't know what that means, really. We're saying that those things were found in that area then, instead of just on the bench, okay? Nicola, this is a fact. Nicola is an incredibly strong swimmer. What I like about this is Nicola is being presented in the present tense. Nicola is. So I think Tilly assumes that she's not assuming she's dead. Let's just say that. Tilly thinks that Nicola's alive. Nicola is an incredibly strong swimmer. And that validates that statement, doesn't it? She thinks she would not die in the water. She thinks she would swim. She's not saying she is not dead in the river. She's saying she's an incredibly strong swimmer. Fact. So she wants you to think that Tilly's not dead in the river. Sorry, Nicola's not dead in the river. Tilly could be dead. No, Tilly's not either. Tilly's saying this. Nicola drove to the school and then left her car there and then walked to the river. Really? Haven't we got CCTV of her arriving home and getting the dog? Or is that leaving from the early morning? I don't know. Nicola drove to the school, left her car there and walked to the river. Okay. It seems a little bit... Like, then you've got to walk all the way back to the car, haven't you? But maybe that's okay. Maybe that's what you do. I mean, when you're school parking as well, it's like yellow lines and you... I don't know. Maybe she did. Maybe she did. Maybe that's exactly what she did. Tilly says she did. I don't know if that's normal. Maybe that's normal that she does that. It's a fact anyway. It's a fact, according to Tilly. The dog was dry when found. Fact. The dog has since been back. Fact. Oh, so why didn't they get the dog to go back and have a look? Apparently they've taken the dog back. That might have been traumatic for it, but they've took the dog back. I'm assuming she means to the site where it was found, to see if it can kick off any interest. Breaking news, child hit by car outside primary school. We're not going to cover that. I'm going to turn that off. Thank you, Liverpool Echo. Bad for the child. Breaking news. See how we don't care about things. See how like they're like, oh, you should be really sympathetic to the family because of this thing on the news, and like, you know, in reality, there was a child hit by a car, and like, we can't all cry about. I mean, I'm sad for that. I think that's bad, but at the same time, we all live our normal lives, not really taking everyone's feelings into like. I'm not saying that we should. I think we should be compassionate. Should be kind, but I think it's strange that the media should urge us not to talk about this on compassionate grounds, when in general, people go around not giving a fuck. It's like a weird thing to ask people. Please be respectful of the family and don't talk about this on Twitter. Right? Have you seen Twitter? Okay. I mean, I'm staking that flag in the ground myself because I'm a media producer, aren't I? I'm staking that flag right in the ground. But they're the facts according to Tilly. Tilly's not... Oh, no, there's one more fact. The CCTV... at the back of the caravan park, the only camera that isn't working is the one that would have seen everything. God. Maybe it's someone from the caravan park has done it. I mean, it could be this, right? It could be that there's some nutter at the caravan park and he sees this woman every day and he's like, there she is again, right. Give me that hammer. And like, obviously he's not saying that to anyone because there's no witnesses, so I'll pick up my own hammer then. Out with the hammer. Bosh! Put that phone down on that bench, you. Come with me to the caravan. In which case, you would hope to see some signs of scuffle or struggle. You would hope to see, like, literally on the ground, because it's soft ground. You're not going to go willingly, are you? You're not going to, okay, like, unless someone, like, points a gun at you, maybe. I don't know, like, you're not going to go necessarily willingly, but you would hopefully see something, like, you know, footprints or drag marks or scuff marks or something from some scuffle. It could be that the reason the phone was open at the conference call was because she was trying to call for help or trying to, you know, get somebody on the line to help her. Like, you know, if you're like being attacked, you might quietly turn on your live stream or something. Do you know what I mean? It might have been that. Seems a bit weird, I know, but that could have been an option. If only she hadn't had it on mute. You think that you would get that right if you would, maybe you wouldn't have the chance. Like, these are options. And you would think then the dog would be involved, because I don't know, maybe I'm wrong, but if someone was being assaulted, accosted, abducted, then the dog might be like, hey, chuff that, you chuffer, and go with them. So that's an issue, a problem. I'll leave a window open there. I'd say, you know, that could totally be a possibility of what's happened there. Not the most likely possibility. And of course, the police have told us that they've exhausted all suspicious lines of inquiry. So they've been to that caravan park and they've not only taken the CCTV, but they've sniffed around. They found out who works there on Saturdays and, you know, who's there. Like, is it off season now? It's off season, isn't it? So, you know, what are they doing? Maintenance? What's going on at the caravan park? If it was one of those episodes on the telly, yeah, I'll tell you this. If it was one of those, you know, if we were doing like Columbo or Murder, She Wrote or something, it could be the person from the, like, you could have gone past the caravan park earlier and seen this character and not known they were there because you don't really pay much attention. Like, we mentioned the caravan park earlier, right earlier when we said about where we did the map, and there's the caravan park. You know, if you imagine you're the detective and you're going for a look around, and like you see a funny, right early in the story, you see a character there, and then it turns out later on they were the one that did it, and you know, you should have known all this time. Could be some dodgy duffer from the caravan park because they're really close. In which case, they drag her to the caravan and they do something to her there because they're not just out to kill. It's not like I want to do a murder of a dog walker. Nice, that's a nice lady. Let's murder her. Like, that doesn't. That's not really the. It's like, you know, let's do saucy things that you don't want to... YouTube doesn't want you to talk about it. You know, Parappa the Raper. Let's, you know, let's do things to her. That, you'd have them at the caravan park, wouldn't you? It'd be like some... Do you know what I mean? Some, like, dodgy duffer up the caravan park, dragging her up. And in that case, I would expect to see dog around the caravan park giving it some. And they'd have to deal with the dog. And then I'd also expect to see drag marks, wellies, a hat, some indication that's, you know, from this direction to that direction that someone has gone against their will to the caravan park. Other option is the... I'm just now, I said we would do this. You know, we've talked through some suggestions all the way through, haven't we? We certainly have talked through some suggestions. Why is it that picture? That's not the right picture. What's happening here? All right, let's close some windows. I said we talked through... I've closed Kenna Robinson. I'll go back to that. It's in the history. We'll keep that one open. That's Nicola. I wanted this picture, this map. Please. But when I open it, it does that. So that's no good. We just have to look at it this size. This is the bench. The caravan park is just there. It's like that way over a field. And it leads into a small urban area. So can I have this on satellite, please? Yeah, there we go. Look. Okay, this is better. So this is the bench. Down here. I should be able to see the bench, shouldn't I? Don't know what scale it'd be at. I'm assuming it's that. Like, this is a caravan park. Like, it's unlikely. Like, even if you had a weird chuffer, isn't it? Like, let's say you've got like a, you know, a weird chuffer who's doing maintenance at the caravan park, and they're like some dodgy chuffer. Like, even the caravan park and pods are not that far down the bottom of the field, and then they'd have to know that this woman, like, this is the path. You can see the path going around the outside. When you do a dog walk, you go around the outside of the field. You go in a big circle, don't you? Big circle around the outside like that. So this, you can see the path. It's a desire line trodden into the ground. So you would walk round the back here. Like, you'd walk past this. So you could be hiding here and just drag them into the caravan park. Like, but then why are you doing down here at the bottom of the caravan park all the time? Unless you make, like, is it time to cut the bushes or something? Like, you'd have to see someone walking past and it could be a crime of opportunity. The other option is that someone is routinely down this end, but you'd think they'd be up this end with the caravans. Even if they were there being a weird chuffer doing maintenance and polishing their, you know, machete or whatever. It's an option, I suppose, isn't it? But where's the school as well? Because they're saying she walked down from the school, aren't they? St. Michael's Church of England Primary School. It's got to be that, hasn't it? Like, you're not going to get loads of schools in this area, are you? Now I'm lost. That's the school. It's got to be, hasn't it? Like, you're not going to get like 10 schools in this area. So I'm going to say there's the school. And you end up over here. So you have to cross the river in some way. Do you go up this path? And then through the caravan park to get down there? I think this caravan park is increasingly smelly, increasingly sus. You know, your detectives have got to exhaust this as an option. And then up here, beyond it, this is a conservatory and big solar panels. Is this some kind of business? Or is that a residential property that's bigger than all the others in the area? Like, because there's a residential area as well. Little village though, isn't it? You know, people know each other. If you're walking around this way every day, routinely, people know you. The other dog walkers certainly did. So there is that there as an option. I'm surprised they're so... do you know what I mean? I'm surprised they're like, right, she's gone in the river, or that's nothing. Why are they so hell-bent on that she's gone in the river and she's drowned in the river and she's floated off and we can't find her in the river, but she's definitely in the river, when there is options here? I need to know what level of CCTV is covered where, because we're saying there are some places where the CCTV covers and some places where it doesn't. My guess is that it definitely covers up here, like on the main road bit, maybe. Somewhere up here, one of these shops, there's a petrol station. Like, that's going to be catching it. But out here in the, like, you know, over here at the back of the caravan park, probably not. Only one camera that's not working that would have seen everything at the caravan park, wasn't it said? See, I don't like the caravan park. And then you've got another property here, which I don't know if it belongs to the caravan park or not. There's 2 or 3 here. There's little cottages. and some sort of works buildings, maybe farm, rural. Maybe it's a property. So there could be potentially like 10, 20 people here that you need to talk to. The police have said they're not going into houses, which means they're not searching within houses. But, you know, you should be going door to door here, shouldn't you? Maybe they have. I would assume they have, I suppose. That's something I would assume they have. It'd be nice to find out more, but of course we're told not to dig too deep. Yeah, I suppose that's... I wanted to exhaust a lot of different possibilities without going, like I say, too deep. No pun intended with the river. I think the river we talked about earlier through the episode. I've talked about he looked really shifty, and there's a possibility that he could have been having an affair. There's a possibility... I'm just saying there's a possibility. I'm not saying he did this. There's a possibility that she looked really shifty and smiley in her interview as well. And that... like, things can often be quite close to home, can't they? I don't know. So that's a worry. The worry signs was that like him and her smiling in their interviews, and the fact that they had their stories the same, both said the same thing. Like, that was a bit sus. Don't like that. Her friends are all angry, and they don't like the people sniffing round. You've got your 11 facts out of her. She can go in the bin now. And the lay of the land still leaves a lot to be uncovered, doesn't it? Has Nicola walked off on her own? No. She would take her phone. Even if she decided to leave her fella. You know, even if she decided to leave, she would take her phone. If she's done it to try and cover up a suicide, so that no one knows and no one ever will, and, you know, maybe her children don't have to go through the trauma of thinking about their mother committing suicide, then she would have, again, taken the phone. She would have done something with the dog, maybe. I've been told that people in moments of trauma maybe don't think like that. And maybe they don't do something with the dog. Maybe it's too traumatic. Maybe they just do something. Again, I find walking to the River Wire and throwing yourself in and assuming it will definitely drown you and you will definitely die in what seems to be a moderately dangerous but not impossible. It's not jumping off a building, is it? You know, it would seem to be not necessarily the most certain suicide mechanism, so I'm not certain about that, even if you were in or out of your right mind. And again, I think there'd be more indication. There'd be big muddy footprints down the bank, and there'd be scrabbling, and, you know, some of your clothes would have come off, something would have come out of your pockets and floated around, and like something somewhere, something, and all the dive crews and all the people searching up and down the river, something would have been found if that were the case. Did she walk off on her own, of her own volition? No, we'd said that. Has someone taken her and kidnapped her and, like, you know, put her in the back of a van? That would have to be done when she left the school then. If she's leaving her car at the school. If that's the case. And she's leaving her car at the school, which, where did we just see it? This side of the river, wasn't it? There. Then... because it maybe, like I'm saying, maybe she didn't go on the dog walk. Maybe the witnesses say they thought they saw her because someone, like, dressed in her coat went out there and walked the dog and left the dog and the phone. And then scuttled back. And the witnesses say they think they saw her because they think they saw her. But maybe they didn't see her. Maybe they saw someone they thought was her. Certainly the phone and the... one thing we can say for certain, her phone and the dog lead was found there. We can say that for certain. So someone's put that there, whether it be her or someone else. We can say for certain she took the kids to school. We can say for certain that she took the dog, I think, because it was seen on the CCTV, I think, intending to go on this walk. And yeah, so I'm saying, did someone kidnap her, like, not murder her and hide her, and, like, kill her, but kidnap her and she's still alive somewhere? Again, I think this is very difficult because you would expect to see some sign of struggle. You probably wouldn't want to take a phone with you. You'd probably leave that on the bench. Or go and put it on the bench. Did they get to her? Like, you know, you're getting back in the car, you've put the kids in school, and there's someone in the back of the car behind you and you didn't expect. Maybe they've got the keys to the car. There's someone in the car you didn't expect, and now you're in trouble. You know, maybe that could happen. Outside a primary school, on the school run. Quite unlikely. isn't it? Because there'll be other people on the school run. There'll be other people who see her at the school who, you know, are you likely to get in the car of a stranger or even someone you know and hide and lie in ambush and wait, and then it goes off, and you know, you've done that, and you're in this little car park here, and you hope that no one sees? That seems a bit strange, but possible. She could be walking out on this lane here, couldn't she? How'd you cross the river? Is that a bridge there? Because if you're dog walking, you're not up on the main road, are you? You're down this lane. You're over here. This farm. This is what I was talking about as well when I said earlier that, like, in England we go dog walking, we follow the footpath and the code and all that. But also, like, if you need to get over here and you need to go through these two fields and they're not really, you know, maybe it's not no entry or whatever, fuck it. Like, you know, you just go through this little bit here and over there and then through here, don't you? Like, there's a whole little... I hope they've exhausted the search in that area, in those trees. Everyone's looking in the river. You know, I hope they exhaust this area next to the caravan park as well. I'm sure they have done a good job on that. They never mentioned Nicola's car keys. They've got to be somewhere or in a pocket. That's a good point as well, yeah. I'm not sure about... I can understand the choice to walk the dog this way, go around in a big circle and then come back. I can sort of understand that. It's probably the easiest, closest place to park to the chuffing dog walk anyway, isn't it? Just if you're cutting through here, then that's fine. But yeah, are you getting kidnapped in a little rural village on a dog walk on a regular daytime? Like, it's not some... It'd be very, like, let's say for example it's a Romanian sex trafficking cartel, like Andrew Tate or whatever. It's not, is it? Because, like, you know, we're in this little Middle England rural village at school run time. You know, it's unlikely it's going to be like just down here. If you go past Preston down to Manchester and Liverpool, like down here in Liverpool, okay, L5 shout, L5 alive, Calnat UK. Down here, you can get shot if you fancy it. You get stabbed up. You know, it can be ended. Some of these places in Liverpool, like, you can't you? Like, it gets dark and it gets, you know, it's like gangland. Some of these places, Birkenhead there, Tranmere. Where's Everton? Everton up here. This is it. Over here, you don't want to just be wandering around. It's the same as like in America, where you wouldn't go wandering around some corners because people would come up to you and say, do you come from around here? And if you didn't definitely come from around there, there's going to be some further questions. It's not that bad, I suppose, but it is that bad. Like, you don't just want to be wandering around in gangland, just like, you know, some dullard, do you? So that's Liverpool there. And it's the same with Manchester. You've got, like, certain areas of Manchester, like, I'm not so educated on exactly where the worst place in Manchester is, but, you know, there are some places that you don't want to be hanging out on the evening, you know, swinging your car keys around, walking your dog, whatever. But that's not up here, like in this part of the world where we are over here. But there is enough, like, we're close enough that if you wanted to bring someone out from organised crime world and get something done, that could be achieved. I'd just say that. Like, you know, if you had contacts, close enough, aren't you? It's not that far away. Don't know why you'd want to do that, but you know, it's possible. I'm saying it's more likely though, out of our possibilities, that someone close to her has done away with her so they can live their wicked life. Like, that's a possibility, number one. I think that's quite high up there with the way people are, you know, and things that happen. Another way is that someone wicked has done something with her just because she's got a bit of a routine. They've taken advantage of it. They might be in one of these properties here or nearby working, and they've taken advantage of it. Another option is she's decided to wander off, which I really don't think that's... unless she's had a stroke or like something that has legitimately sent her like, you know, amnesia or something. Like she's just wandered off without a phone, not with the dog. I don't have that. I'm not really having that. I think the dog follows her in that instance as well. So I don't know about that. Did she make it onto the dog walk for reals? Did she make it off the dog walk? Obviously not. Like my feeling, my gut feeling is that someone's come here and parked her car, taken the dog and the phone, dumped them on the bench, come back, maybe been seen by other dog walkers wearing her coat and hat, dumped them and come back, and then maybe not even, you know, maybe left the car there. And if that's the case, they've got to have an accomplice that they've got in the car with. You know, they've got to... They probably don't go back to the car, do they? They probably walk off in some other direction, like off up here. God, I tell you another way we could come at this. It's 7 in the evening now, and I just want to check when that being said. I think that being said is at 9:30 tonight. Let me just check that. I've been on for quite a while, but I'm quite enjoying this. But I will be knocking it on the head. Oh, 9:30, yeah. I'll be knocking it on the head before 9:30. So we've got a couple of hours that if I want to carry on a bit like this to do. It's almost like I remember him saying he went over and over it in his head. And this is the sort of over and over that I'd be going over and over. So I hope I'm helping him by, you know, going over and over it and maybe raising something that he hasn't spotted if he's innocent. If he's not innocent, this is the sort of thing that you would do to plan the crime, isn't it? So you would assume that her routine allows you this ability to plan. That she's going to park the car, the kids are going to go into school, she's going to take the dog, and she's going to wander up here. Like, you know that because, like, you plan that shit. That's part of your plan, is the routine. That's how you start a plan, isn't it? You don't start a plan, well, where's she going to be? I don't know. Fuck it then. Like, you're like, she's going to be doing this. How do we interact with this routine in order to take her out? If we want her gone. And it seems to me that knowing that this bench and this phone, like, found there, maybe that's like the point then when she's separated from that. Like, pushing her in the river is just not an option, is it? You can't, like, the river would hide DNA evidence. So if you sexually assaulted someone, then you put them in the river and left them in the river for like 48 hours or something longer. Then when the police come to the body, they can't definitely do the, you know, swabs, can they? Because they've been in the river. So it can hide DNA evidence like that. So I shouldn't have said those words there. I've said all the bad words in that sentences. So you could be using the river for that disposal system in that way. Another aspect is you could weigh someone down and, you know, hide them in there, but you'd expect the police then to come and go with the dredging, and which they have done. So it wouldn't be it would be a distraction. I see it as a distraction. But you would say, put the phone down. She might just put the phone down, like, on the bench. Like, you might be waiting for her at the bench. Sit down, put the phone down. Maybe she's on the phone to the call, you know, maybe she's listening in like they said she was. I still think it could be that someone else has done that with the phone. But this is another possibility. Shouldn't be attached too much to one possibility, should I? Should look at them all. You know, he said put the phone down, leave it there. Right, we're going this way. No, leave that. You're coming with us. Like, that's possible, isn't it? You intercept her. And the only reason that she would do what you say is if you can threaten her in some way, like with a weapon, I suppose. And so if you're doing that, you're not marching her through all these streets, are you? Like, you're not marching her back to the car, even. That's out. So you're parked up, like, at the back here. Probably not the caravan park. You don't, again, you want to be subtle if you can, don't you? So, not at the actual caravan park, where who's parking on my caravan park? But this is a non-private road. And then this little bit that comes down here out the back, maybe you'd be down here. You run the risk of being seen by these properties here, but only these properties here. Do you know what I mean? Maybe there's a big hedge or something that prevents it. I don't know how far it goes into the woods here, but it doesn't come out the other side, does it? So you're marching someone from this bench up through here in these woods and then into a car here where you drive them away. And then you drive them away and dispose of them somewhere else. You're already heading north. So you could head north. Let me just zoom out. You're going to be needed to be on the scene, aren't you, as well? Like, this has to be someone, like, he couldn't have gone too far, could he? Like, he couldn't, like, I'm assuming it's a he, but she, they, whoever's done this can't, like, start driving up to Scotland with their victim, Carlisle. Maybe Carlisle. Some bad chuffers from Carlisle, I tell you. More likely you're just going to try and head up to the sea out here, aren't you? Like, get them in the sea over here. Ladies Hill. Am I right? Am I wrong? Am I tripping? This might be a right arse to get into the sea from here. Whatever's your easiest access point to the sea from around here, I think, is probably the way forward. Not in that urban populated area again. You want to be out here, don't you? It's real savage what I'm thinking, you know, how to put it together. But that's how you would do it, isn't it? Or you'd find some other way of just, you know, if you're thinking through a crime, but in reverse order, like I'm saying, the thing that screams out to us here then. So, again, maybe the police are already thinking this, but I want to know about this access road here. I want to know about whether it's open. I want to know about how many cars drive here, if you can hear the cars, if you're in these properties, who's in these properties, and any indication that anyone's been here recently. The ground in the UK at this time of year, it's wet, it's a little bit muddy, it's a little bit soft, and you can imprint, like if you've been down there in a car, you will leave some sort of trail, like some sort of, and if you're smart enough, you'll be able to see whether, even if it's a week later, like how old, how dry the mud is, how many cars have passed, you might be able to see something. I'm not saying you get a perfect tyre print, but this is an area of interest to me, this whole area. Because if you're planning a crime as well, get this right, you've got the bench and the phone over here. So you're planning a crime, you've got this other access point up here. Could use this. She might walk around that way, or around that path. Yeah, she might walk all around there. But the problem with this one is that there's nowhere to hide the car. Like, there's nowhere to hide anything necessarily, is it? It's quite close to these little houses. And the bench and the phone are over here anyway. This is the bench. You know, we can see the picture when we see that photograph of the bench from one side. Maybe you can get into these bushes behind the bench. Maybe you could be lying in wait for somebody in that tree. And again, you'd leave some evidence of your being there. Even if you think you're smart, you'd leave some evidence. That's sus. There's a house here that overwatches it. Looks big. Looks like it might be some sort of, like, you know, manor house. Maybe people work there. Again, I'm sus about people that are doing boring labour jobs like cutting bushes or, like, you know, watching someone walk their dog regular. I'm even sus about her having an affair in some way. Or maybe, you know, either of them could have had the affair. Maybe she was caught having the affair and they want to do away with her. Maybe it's that. I think I've covered quite a lot there, haven't I? Sorry, I didn't catch up with your chat there. She walked down the main road and then across a bridge. The bridge past the roundabout. Okay, good. I've been staring at the screen for quite a long time now. I'm starting to trip. These are the camping pods. She walked down the main road past the roundabout. Down here, then. Over the river this way. This is strange to me. I mean, maybe that is the walk she likes to do. But it's like a long walk, isn't it, that way? She walked down the main road, then across a bridge. That'll be this bridge then, I'm guessing. That's the most main road, and that's a bridge. You leave your car there, and you go up here. You walk all along here, over this bridge. Bearing in mind you've got a dog, so you don't want to be hit by cars, and you're in the countryside where the roads aren't that, like, big, you know. But you're walking across this bridge, and then you're off down a path over here, are you? Through the woods and out into here. Is this a path here, or is that just a fence? Like, how are you ending up over here? You got to go past the Grapes, the pub. Like, I tell you what, if you live in a little village and you go in a pub regular and stuff, and, like, you know, people have relationships and are attracted to each other and stuff like that. Affairs happen, don't they? And both of them were reasonably attractive people who might have some course to, I don't know. That's the sus aspect of it, but maybe not. Maybe that's not sus. I don't know. But I don't see how. Like, you've got to go through the caravan park, then, have you? Like, how are you getting over here? You're not walking all the way through the village, are you? All the way up there, all the way along there, all the way down there, round here, and in through there. Maybe you are. Seems a bit mad, doesn't it, to go all the way through the village to try and get to the park. So that seems a bit weird. I would think there was an accident and multiple people covered it up. An accident and people covering it up would involve... like, if there was an accident, like, I don't know what kind of accident you'd mean. Like, let's say she fell and hit her head and she was just lying there by the side of the river. Like, when you got there and found her, you would call the police and try and revive her. Like, you wouldn't want to cover it up. I don't know where the accident would have happened between... Like, she's definitely dropped the kids off at school. I think we've got CCTV of her being at the school, parking the car, leaving, walking up the road. Like, people say that she was here on the dog walk. She's left... Or her phone has been found over here. So now we've got between here and here, something's happened. So again, I then veered, like, I widen my net a bit more and I look at this urban area here and these houses and I start to question who's got what routine around here. Bearing in mind, not everyone's going to be here because people go to work. So you can rule out a lot of people because they've got an alibi because they were at work. But there are other people that maybe don't have that same routine or alibi. And I don't know, I'm thinking as well, I used to live in villages and it was very much everyone all in together, whether you're a farmhand or an accountant, whatever side of the tracks you're from, whether you're public school educated lawyer that's got a nice house in the countryside, or whether you're like, some immigrant worker who's here at the caravan park doing maintenance on caravans for a cheap wage. You all go to the same pub, you all live in the same village, and there's a little bit of... this is going to sound a bit mad, but there's like an almost sort of raw sex atmosphere in that everyone's in the same pub, and like you've got like, rough and ready folk, and like at the same time, I'm putting Nicola and her, she looks quite glamorous and quite, quite well to do in a way, doesn't she? And like, it's a strange atmosphere. Like, that's what the soap opera Emmerdale has going on for it. Like, that's the sort of bubbling pot, melting pot. Not as much as in a city maybe, but in a different way. You have this sort of everyone cheek by jowl in a country. So people might know each other as well. So you might have other reasons to do things, to meet people, to see people along the way as well. Like, innocent or not innocent. Maybe she's going walking the dog after she's been somewhere else. I don't know. Who owns the fields? So, farmers have weapons. Dogs off leads don't go down too well with farmers. If she was walking on private fields, the pathway through is a right-of-way path. See, yeah, that sort of stuff, yeah. Like, I don't know which field she would have walked through, like I say again, but, like, any of these could be a contentious issue. It could be that the caravan people don't want people walking through their caravan site and they keep going on about it, and your dog is just here and it gets off the lead and it goes in there. A row could have broken out. They need to then suddenly dispose of a body because someone's gone a bit over the top in a row. I feel that's less like... I mean, farmers do have guns and they do get irate, and I've heard tales of people shooting dogs, but at the same time, you've got to deal with these things on a day-to-day basis. They're people that live in the village. You'd probably just tolerate it because you're used to it. And you give them some shit and you wave your gun around, but you don't do any shooting. Do you know what I mean? It all used to go on in the villages I lived in. People will tell you the tales. Honestly, things go on. So yeah, I'll agree with you in another way as well. Shit could go down. Who owns the fields? It was the farmer whose farm is next to the caravan park. Like, again, yeah, like, this is sus. It's not like these people definitely did it. It's like we need to exhaust these people from our lines of inquiry. And at the police, the worrisome thing is that the police don't worry in one way because they've said they've exhausted everyone from their line of inquiry, but in another way they've not said it was criminal in any way. And I don't know, like maybe these people have been exhausted from the lines of inquiry, and I should just accept that. They should have left her phone there. When they call the police, they will know. And then call the police. They will know then where she went from there. You're going now to watch your soaps. Yeah, good point. Soaps are on now, and we've done quite a long episode here. There's a video of the way she supposedly walked online. I'm looking for Nicola Bulley. Walk route. See if there's an image of it as well. That bit by the river there. Following the river. So you've dropped him off at school. You've left the car. You've walked up here. And then it's this path here. That I said could be a fence. That's a path, isn't it? I'm assuming. It might be an old track of some sort. But that's the route, isn't it? Because then the river bends round and she carries on this way. As I said, it passes through this copse here. So you go through the woods. I'd enjoy that. You know, I'd go like that with my dog. I can imagine that. This, as you say, maybe a farm. Maybe regularly people get fed up with the walkers in their bits of woods. At this time of year as well, I'll say this, there are people out with guns in the woods. Like, I went walking the dog the other day and a load of people turned up in cars with guns and they were shooting pheasants. So, you know, someone could just be sat there with a gun, shooting birds, and you just walk and stumble upon them. That could happen. I remember once I was in the woods walking with my dog and someone was in a hide, and of course my dog ran up to them because it could smell them. I didn't know they were there. Like, that's the point of the hide. Like, they were all covered in like a ghillie suit. You know, they had all the nets with all the leaves on it. And my dog ran up to them and I was like, what's that? And then all of a sudden they moved and I was like, oh my God, look, there's a person here. It surprised me. They had a gun. And I was like, oh, sorry, you know, got the dog under control. Sorry, I didn't realise you were here shooting. I thought this was a public footpath. Obviously, I was just in the woods next to the public footpath. And they were like, no, it's not a public footpath. And I was like, well, sorry, you know, deal with it. But, you know, I could have got shot there. Could have happened. Maybe my dog surprised him and he just pulled the trigger. Shit like that could happen. You'd think someone walking a dog would have heard a gunshot. But, you know, we're looking at this now, really sussed, aren't we? Really sussed. Because then people see her walking all the way up to here. Maybe we... Okay, wait. We've got another point. So we've looked at that. Real sus. We're also saying she carried on walking all the way up to here. And that was the last point of contact where someone saw her. We're saying the person saw her was here... Or was the person stood here and saw her over here? Or was the person over here and saw her over there? We don't know exactly. 9:10, a witness says she saw her walking with her dog at this point. It's a bit vague, but we could be saying someone over here. Could be saying leave via this. You know, who lives at these properties and what's going on over here. It's not going to be a randomer. It's not like, you know, some Romanian gangster or like I said, you know, some trafficker. It's just happened to be, you know, it's someone who recognises a routine. There's always people here. She's always walking past. Might be even she's got a friend that lives here that, you know, she says hello to. And like there's a next door neighbour, or even, you know, she has some reason to go up here to knock on a door. Could be something like that. But now we're also sus about here. We're looking at these exit points, aren't we, from the walk? We're saying she went down here on the walk. And checks. I mean, this is what the police would have been doing, I suppose. So I'm just in the world of conjecture that they said not to do. But I'm so much more, looking at it like this, I'm so much more inclined to think about these places and who might be or might not be out and about around this end of the bit, who might be or might not be in these bits of woods. I'm much more interested in thinking about that. And it seems like you would have some sort of plan. It seems less like, unless you were randomly out You know, what are you randomly out doing in this village, in the bit of woods? Do you know what I mean? Like, you either live here and you're part of it and you go out like that, or you're not. Like, you're not driving up from Manchester and going for a little quiet walk in the woods. Might as well have a little smoke in the woods. And here's a woman. Like, not in this village like this. No, you're not. It's either someone from around here that lives here that's involved, or you booked someone from Manchester to come and kidnap her because you want her gone. I find that unlikely. Or it's someone that's very close, like I said, to her and her life that has planned this in some way. She goes on the walk, but she never appears. No one knows where she... Like, they have a crime in planning like that. You have to say, I don't want to get caught, therefore we're not going to have XYZ evidence, and we're going to make them think XYZ. So there's that as well. I'm a bit sus about some of these witnesses saying they saw her walking, whether they saw her or not. But all that taken into account, I don't know why everyone's so obsessed with the river. Yeah, she could have gone in the river. She could have. I think that's what they want you to think. And I think the people that are like... I think he seems to want you to think that. He seems to want to believe it, maybe. And I think the police would rather that, because then their life is easier, because they don't have to, you know, she's gone in the river and that's it. Case solved, let's all go home. Since we can't find any evidence. I wouldn't put up with that. Like, if I was her family and the police said, we just think she's gone in the river, missing persons, I'd be kicking off. No, she fucking hasn't. You get out there and find her. I want you in all those houses. Rah, 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 rah. I'd be kicking off about that. Look how far the river goes before you get out to the sea. All these twists and turns. Someone just sees something, a coat, a hat, a shoe. Get caught up somewhere. Down here it's like an estuary. So you need to go out at high tide, otherwise you're going to get caught up in the sand. I mean, you're not going to be spotted so easy, are you? Just like buried in the sand there, but at the same time, I'm not buying that. I'm not buying washed out to sea, and I'm not buying it as my primary line of inquiry. So that's my problem with the police at the moment and their handling of it. It goes through the woods, 2 fields near the bench. So yeah, we've got 2 real sus areas then. We've got this area where she was seen last. Every time, the last time you see someone, the last person to see them, top of the list, isn't it? Put them up there, put that up there. Tell me more about this witness and their potential for being a suspect. Last witness. Tell me more about their potential for getting it wrong or making a mistake. How close were they? Tell me more about that. At 9:35, another dog walker found her stuff. I'm not so sus about the person who found her stuff and raised the alarm. And in fact, if you'd put that stuff there, you might hope that no one saw it for like 2 hours, 3 hours. Maybe the police find it later when you call them, because she never returned home. You know, you're not hoping it gets found 10 minutes later, are you? 9:35. But very quickly, that was found by someone else. Again, we need to know. I'm not saying these people are suspects, but of course they're under the line of suspicion because they're in the field where she went missing. So I'd want to have a look at that. The places I'm really sus about are... And why would you walk all the way to the end here? If you'd done the crime, why would you walk all the way up there? Unless that's your way out. Like, you drop off the phone. So she comes into the copse of woods. You do her over. You drop off her phone. And then you wander off and out. Walking off out into the distance. And the dog doesn't want to follow you because it's like, who are you? I'm going back to... Like, where is her body then, in that case? You floated her off down the river. You've sunk her into the river. You dropped a phone off at the river. You want people to think about the river, so maybe not. You kind of buried her in this bit of woods, though, can you? I mean, the police would find that. You've not walked off with her. She's not... Like, she's walked off if she's walked off. What about... And they've said up this end and the weir, haven't they? They've talked about that. It It is a bit of a head scratcher, isn't it, in lots of ways? But also lots of lines of inquiry, maybe 500. Maybe 500. I am willing to be open to suggestion, and I'm not going to sort of like, you know, start throwing the accusations around in the bad way, but I will say that the people I find most worrisome is him and her, the sister. I find their testimony in these interviews, you know, their personality, the way they behave, to be worrisome, to be troublesome. And I'd say it's not impossible. Out of a number, now we talked through lots of different options, and I'm not going to go over and over and over and over. You know, maybe you can do some more thinking if you want, and more will come out in the future, hopefully. But it's not out of the realm of possibility for someone to have interacted with Nicola and something to have happened, is it? It's certainly not out of the realm of possibility. My final question was to myself whether how you go about. Let's find the river. I need to get back to where we are. How you go about like if you're using the river to dispose of a body, you do not put the phone and the dog's lead next to the river, like because then people are going to be like at the river looking around and they're going to find what you've done. So you don't do that. Like, that would be nuts, wouldn't it? That would be madness. Unless you get disturbed. You're not going to do it out in public. Everyone's walking their dogs. You're not going to walk her to the river and dump her in the river and, like, carry her. You know, that's not happening. It's 9 o'clock in the morning. People are out walking their dogs. You need coverage. You know, you need undercover. I don't know how long it was before someone went searching for her. I don't know the time between she went missing and they started searching. But this is hidden here, isn't it? And there's very close buildings here. For, like, you're not carrying someone against their will or dead over a little bridge like that. You're not carrying them down here. At the back of the pub. It is out the back of the pub, though. It's a little bit beyond out the back of the pub, though, isn't it? But, you know, out the back of the pub connects up to a dodgy bit of thing where people go. I wonder how many people go out there at the night at the back of the pub. I don't know what goes on. You'd want to get a feel for the local pub as well, and for, you know, who's friends with who and what's going on. But yeah, this is sus here, isn't it, then? Although she's supposed to be seen up this end. What's all this behind these houses? Is this a lake? Is that grass, or is it a lake or a road, or what? What is this? Oh, is that water there? It says Rowan water. It is, isn't it? Have they been in there? Are you fucking tripping me, right? They found her hat over here, or what is it? They found the dog's leading the phone here. So they're searching this river and up and down this river. And she disappeared, last seen over here. What about this? Mobile home park, this is. This is a mobile home park. With a massive lake. Some Ted Bundy from the holiday parks had her. Kept her in a little shed and then put her in the lake. That's the walk. That's the path, isn't it? Look. That's the area we're talking about. See, I can't think that you would, with a good eye, not be able to see some signs of, like, on these paths, if you're being dragged or anything like that. It's going to be obvious, isn't it? So you either walked willingly to a certain destination. If you're being carried by someone, they're extra heavy, so they give big footprints, big muddy footprints. You would hope that, like, that you could see footprints from here on this, even this image. Fresh ones. And then marks like this, like heel indentations that have been there for a while and muddied up or whatever. You'd actually spot animal tracks as well, dog tracks. Like, you'd hope that someone would be able to have an eye for that and stuff like that. Like, you're not carrying someone around in this environment. Like, you're not murdering them in the park and carrying them off, are you? That's not happening. You'd fall over, you're slipping over in your wellies. Unless you've got like a little vehicle, like a little... maybe you've got a little... you know, a little one of them. Maybe you've got a little... quad bike thing. Who's maintaining the caravan park? It's weird, isn't it? Because it's not you've got a caravan park and a mobile home park. They're not the standard sort of residential area that you would like. It's not. I'm not casting aspersions over people that live in mobile homes or stay in caravans. What I'm saying is, it's not standard housing. It's not like a little house with, like, you know, families and neighbours. It's a bit of a different little thing, that. Rowan Water. I'm sus of that as well. I don't know why they're so sus of the river. I'm sus of the Rowan Water. And that copse and the farm over there. Okay, I've been sus of loads of stuff now. We've been on for ages. In some ways, I can see why it doesn't help, because you can't actually get to any logical conclusions. What you can say for certain... you know, certain facts, like I said, 11 facts today. There are certain facts, and there are certain conjectures that would go along with it and would make sense, and there are others that wouldn't. So, I'm still sus. You've not ruled yourself out. Apparently you have, but we're not allowed to know why. I'm sus about this whole interview here. If I'm not going to go over it any other time, I might as well go over it now, but I think I've gone over that one. Yeah, I think I have. So, if it pans out any further, we will bring more. You know, if I've got an episode in it again, when and if... I suppose if we don't find out, I'll do another episode on it. What am I looking for now? Nicola Bulley. Like, if we don't find out what happens to her, then it's going to keep going, isn't it? It's going to come up in the news again in the future. People are going to ask questions. We might do an episode on it in the future. If we find out what happens to her, what has happened to her, then we'll certainly do an episode on the resolution of the case. And, like, I'm saying with certainty, we probably, hopefully should do, shouldn't we? Now that I've done all this 4 hours talking about it today. It's very interesting because it's in the news right now. It's I think it might be one of these where people talk to the camera and he didn't even do the appeal, though, did he? He didn't even say, Nicola, come home, we're all missing you. But quite often people do that. And this Monday coming up, not today, but Monday coming up, you'll see it if you subscribe to the channel. It will come up as a thing, notification, hopefully. But Monday coming up on Thus, the Super Chuffer channel. Don't worry if you didn't like the Red Dwarf episode. I might bin those off. A couple of people unsubscribed after the Red Dwarf episode, so I might bin those off. But certainly Forensic Psychologist Looks at Madly I McCann. That was a good one. I had a good go there. Next week we are doing people who make public appeals and turn out to be criminals. People who have been on the television, on game shows of all places, and turned out to be criminals. Crims on film, that sort of thing. And I think this smells a bit of that. Obviously, it's not guaranteed that that's what this is. If you had to put money on it, you had to bet on it. 90% of crimes, like where someone, done by the person close to them, that sort of business. The statistics. They push this way. Like we said about affairs and stuff. Could be that. Matters of the heart. Statistics and stuff like that push this way. And then these people didn't really shine in the interviews, did they? They didn't really shine in the interview. Old smiling Paul. So yeah, we haven't solved it, but like, I'm one of these horrible, vile people. I'm just a horrible, vile person casting a conjecture on the internet like they told us not to. And later on, we've got some fun to be had on that being said, so I'm going to be off to watch that in a bit. Thank you very much for being here today. It's been interesting to do a daytime. I want to be more, into this daytime streaming. I'm making a bit of an effort. You'll see. And yeah, it's been good to have you here, Susan, Palumbo, Ian. Although I couldn't answer your question there, Ian, sorry. Rudy and the dogs, of course, as ever. Snood's been here. Yeah, it's been good to have you here. Nigel, of course, was dropped in at the start as well. He's always watching, but and TDMH as well, who thought I'd make a great detective. Thank you all for being here in chat. I will see you anon. And remember, we're trying to be good. I'm not trying to be some vile person on the internet. I mainly, out of everything, I hope that this case can be resolved for the good of Nicola's children, and I hope that she can be found safe and well somewhere. But increasingly as time goes by, that seems unlikely, more and more statistically unlikely. So I just hope that the people that are responsible for what's happened to her can get held to account if that is to be the case. And that for her children, again, for her children. So, I don't think I'm a bad chuffer, and I don't think you're bad chuffers. And that's why we say, if you can't be bad, no, if you can't be good, you are naughty. That's what I say, isn't it? Yeah. So yeah, if you can't be good,